You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero, coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Nothing I couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
I couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
I couldn't handle.
Hello and welcome to the Battle of the SEA. We are here on day 2 and we have a very exciting finale up for grabs because we have the tail end of the matches happening with the lower bracket matches, semi-finals, finals as well as the grand finals. Joining with me today again is my co-caster Madness. And Madness, after a little bit of disappointment of yesterday where BIRYANI aka Team India did not do well, but are you excited for at least the remainder of the matches that we have on our schedule today?
Yeah, definitely. Seeing the performances of the other teams, it's gonna be like a high-end battle of teams. Like most of them are in the high Grandmaster Challenger levels. A couple of them have been number 1 on the server as well. So we're gonna see, a very good performances from teams coming up right now. So I'm really excited to see that, and it's gonna be fun casting alongside with you. I can't wait to see what kind of drafts they come up with because they came up with some funky drafts yesterday, and I did like to see that.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the team lineups that we have up for grabs today. Starting with the first match of the day, which is going to be Thailand's Mukrop Sword, and they have top lane as Ruhaz. You have Zilnatster as the jungle, Relax Zol Lol in the mid lane, WRDZ in the AD carry role, and Davian in the support role. Now remember, guys, this is the lower bracket final, which means both of these teams that we are seeing in front of us have actually lost their matches. So this is all or nothing for them, and they are going to have a very interesting opponent against themselves. The team that actually beat out Team BIRYANI as well. But it is going to be exciting because so far we have seen the coverage of all the lower bracket matches. But the opponents, let's talk a bit more about the Madness. Take over the opponents that you are seeing today in the first match.
Yeah, I think they don't need an introduction as to because we did cover them yesterday. Cynic and Kaigu. I know Bishi does love this pose. Like Kaigu comes in with looks menacing, but looks cute at the same time. Rebana in the jungle, Exo in the mid lane, Mirmu as the ADC, and Rox TV as the support. These guys did do very well. They did end games pretty early that I saw yesterday from them. But as you said, this is lower bracket, so they have lost once. So it's all up for grabs. Their backs against the wall. And let's take a look a bit at the prize pool that these guys are battling for. Team BIRYANI sadly did go home yesterday, but they did take home that 900 USD that was for the 7th, 8th place. And now you can see the grand total over here being the 2000 USD that everyone's fighting for today, that is current on, as you said, end of the tournament coming up. So this is what it is. It was a total 10k USD prize pool, so on the bigger side of prize pools that we usually do see. And there are significant jumps also, in pay jumps everywhere you go. It's going like 1k to a 2k to a 4k jump, so this is an impressive standing. So let's take a look at the brackets and how we got over here, Bishi.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting journey as well for both these teams, Sinigang as well as Mukrop Rixod. As you can see, match 11 is what we will be streaming right now. But on the top side as well, we have to talk about the unbeaten teams of the tournament. From Philippines, you have Adobo, as well as we are back from Singapore, Malaysia. They are also going to be playing right now. So the loser of that match will end up playing the winner of the match that we are streaming. So we have a total of 3 matches up in front of us, the low bracket semis, which will be now. Post this, we will be streaming the lower bracket semi-finals, and then we'll have the grand finals, which by the way is going to be a best of 3. So I'm quite excited to see what happens. But personally, Madness, I think there's a team called We Are Back, and they look pretty strong right now. They are also the team that beat Sinigang right here. So I'm looking forward to seeing how their journey goes forward. But coming back a little to the current, we have these two teams. I think we saw a lot of Sinigang yesterday. Like, what are your thoughts on how they played as a team? Because they look quite good as an overall roster.
Yeah, they did honestly look very good. They played really well as well. So they have synergy, right? I think these guys have played together before, so that has an added bonus for them, So I really want to see what drafts they come up with and where they're going to prioritize. And now, since this is day 2 of the tournament, they have seen the other teams play as well, so they know what kind of target bans and all to go for the champions that should be removed from the arsenal of the other team. So this adds another new element to how you're going to go for your drafts and everything that goes for it. And this is the lower bracket just before the lower bracket final, so this is all to play for between these teams. And hopefully I'm rooting a bit for Sinigang just because they beat BIRYANI. I want the people who beat our team at least to end up winning the tournament, right? So that's how I'm going to be backing them up.
No, I agree with you, and they look quite strong. To be very honest, like they had a very strong star-studded roster. I think all of their members played quite well. We don't know a lot about the other team that is going to be playing red, but I have a feeling it's going to be a closer match. And this is where we are at the tail end of the tournament, right? So some of the best teams in the tournament are remaining, and do or die does make things a bit difficult. The draft also matters. There are some really strong champions that Slingang has put out, which I feel may be banned against them in this current game as well. And I also think because it's a best of 1, there's a lot of volatility that could happen. So I'm excited. I'm just hoping today we see a lot more close matches. We hope that it's a bit of back and forth. The teams are playing against each other, but it's not decided in the first 10 minutes like we see, unfortunately, in the Biryani game as well, which was a bit unfortunate. A lack of experience on a few members yesterday did lead to a very quick game from Biryani. But I think shout out where is due. I think a few members of Biryani did stand out quite well, right? And
Yeah, like Kaka, Akshaj, and SKplz did their due diligence with whatever resources they did have. They did put on a good performance. Unfortunately, Akshaj, even though he was Katarina bot was on his Katarina, could not perform to the mark they did have. They had a bit of hiccups early on in the jungle region where Kaka was getting camped a bit by that Wukong coming in. Akshaj went over there. And that's the reason he fell behind. But yeah, they did put on a performance. At least they tried to do their best. Akshaj was trying to go in for the kill potential scenarios. Unfortunately, not coming out on the best outcomes of it. But yes, they did put on a performance and they did entertain us. So a huge shout out to Team Biryani from that fact alone. But yeah, moving on, Sinigang. They were the team that beat Biryani at a higher pace than the other team that Biryani did face. So that just shows you the mettle that Sinigang is, right? They have grandmasters, they have masters on their team.
Exactly.
So a lot of experience on that roster, right? So I really want to see what they can do in today's matchup.
No, I completely agree. I feel like they have a star-studded roster. There's some really talented people who are already grandmaster and master in the current season. It's just started. It's just January. Like you already have people playing at that level. So this is getting quite interesting. And there we have it. Let's jump into the game quite fast, guys, because we are now heading into Champ Select, and this is where things get interesting, madness. Let's have a look at the pick and bans right here. The Ash getting banned out as well, the Poppy and the Nico on the side of Sinigang, and Mukrob banning out the Galio, banning out the Skarner. So meta picks coming on Wukong as well, a great smart ban. And then really different picks coming out from Rebenga and Kaigu and Exo in this game as well, because you can see that they have the Jace, the Rel, the Ezreal. Now this looks a lot like meta picks coming out, right? Sinigang creating out those picks. But on the other side, you have the Zoe. We have not seen Zoe in a while. We have the Pantheon. Lot of early game aggression coming out on this side for Mukrob right well. And I'm liking this draft so far. I think the Pantheon potentially could be jungle, I feel, but we haven't seen a Pantheon jungle in ages. I'm looking forward to seeing how that matchup plays out. But standard picks sort of coming out from Sinigang, good strong lanes, good strong CC, and I'm liking the draft for Sinigang so far.
Yeah, and it's looking spicy from both sides, honestly. Like, you don't see a Zoe every day nowadays, and the Kaiser pick not that meta over ADC. Let's how they work it out, especially if it goes to Pantheon support. As you said, we've not seen a Pantheon jungle in a while. Kaigu, that formidable top laner of Sinigang, will be running the J, so probably goes that Fimbul Winter build, which has been just running exceptional after it being discovered by the Korean, challengers over there. So I really want to see what Sinigang comes up with. The second phase of banning has begun. We see a Victor ban, which is always a good ban. And Yone follows suit. On the side of Sinigang, they're banning out the Braum. So they really don't think it's the Pantheon that's matching up with the Kaiser right now. Or maybe just thinking of it as a flex and still just banning out the Braum just in case. And they followed up with an Alistar ban. So they really think that this Pantheon will not be going in support given the bans that they have been going for over here.
Yeah, and they do end up picking a Gragas, which again, I like it because it still gives the flex of Gragas being jungle top, potentially support, and then you also have Pantheon who can potentially play all these three roles too. So you don't know where the Pantheon and Gragas are actually going until the last pick is done. And even now is the response. That Xerath pick, I would be surprised. I haven't seen Xerath in a long while, but it does show that they're going for a poke-based comp here, man. That lock-in does confirm that this is going to be a very poke-heavy composition with the Ezreal, Jace, and Xerath. Oof, this is going to be hard. What counters this is actually just hard engage. And at this point, you have the Gragas, maybe a little bit of the Pantheon who you can say it engages, but would be a little hard for Mukrob to sort of respond. And then you also have a bit of engage coming out from the Xin Zhao as well as the Relic required. So I really like this composition coming out from Sinigang. Actually gives them a lot of potency. Jace is a strong lane. Xerath mid could potentially be interesting into the Zoe, and there you have it, the Zac pick. This is what we were speaking about, right, Matters? We needed some hard engage, and there you have it. If they're able to land the right amount of engages on this champions, I think they could get blown down pretty easily. That does mean Pantheon is going to be top, and the Gragas is actually going to be support in response to the Rel right here. And I do feel that the Zac is a nice pickup in response to the poke heavy draft that the Mookrop, that Sinigang is taking. Having said that, though, like you have a strong early game jungler in Xin Zhao and strong laners, I would say honestly, in both Xerath and Jace, because they're going to give you priority for the Xin Zhao to make plays. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this happens. Pantheon versus Jace would be my matchup to watch. It's very volatile. With Ignite being taken, of course, Pantheon can have an advantage at certain levels. Mid lane would just be probably a farm fest for the time being, and then jungle, I think what Zilnaster would love to do is just farm up as much as he can, because he needs to sort of get to his level 6, and I think that's when he can start wreaking havoc. But what are your thoughts looking at both of these drafts? Anything in particular you would like to highlight as well, Magnus?
Yeah, I would like how Sinigang have done their homework on Mookrop, because as soon as we saw the Pantheon, we thought it was going to support, but they definitely knew it was going in the top lane, given how their bans were going out. And we did say we wanted more engage on the side of Mookrop. That Zac does bring that to the party over there, and you have to protect the Zoe and Kai'Sa as much, and you have a pretty good front line as well with the Gragas support coming in. But as we did, Sinigang really heavy poke comp, and they have still an engage and disengage in the form of the Rel and the Xinjiao, so they have way more balanced comp, and the kind of comp you'd rather see in a high level kind of match compared to what Mookrop is coming with, because you usually don't see a Pantheon that much nowadays. I really want to see what Zac goes for, and as we said, it seems like a really early game kind of comp coming in the side of Mookrop, so maybe they're just targeting the feats of strength, the feats of warfare as fast as they can do it for. But if Kaigu just sustains as much, this Jace has been known to be a menace everywhere it has been coming up, and with the Rel coming in, it just seems way more rounded out for the side of Sinigang.
Yeah, and honestly, if you just close your eyes and don't look at the teams, if you just look at the draft, the blue team definitely has a much easier to execute draft. You have long range poke. All you need to do is just in objectives make sure you land enough poke, and then you go in right there. But on the other side, Mookrop actually has more agency with the picks that they have, but it's really on them. They need to make the right picks happen. Granted, they have the right tools for it. The Pantheon point of Stun, the Zac ultimate as well, Zac's W, as well as Gragas. Like there's a lot of CC, but if they don't land the CC in the right targets and pick those people off, it's going to be very difficult for them to win out any team fights, right? So I am looking forward to seeing how specifically Zilnaster, Ruhak, and Davion on the side of Mookrop actually utilize the CC that they have available to get the right picks onto the right engage onto Sinigang right here. But if Sinigang is just able to play smart and position themselves well, just by the nature of their composition, they will have an advantage heading into any sort of team fight. Just need to give them a bit more time to scale up. Also, their carries are very safe. Ezreal is not going to get caught out that easily. Xerath is probably like the only one you can just jump on, and I think because he's an artillery mage, which means he has a lot of abilities that he doesn't have to get close to you to hit you. So I think that's where the advantage sort of comes in. So purely on the basis of draft, Sinigang have an easier to execute draft. Having said that, with the right engages, Mookrop can also win out these team fights. And this is your typical engage versus poke composition that we see out in a lot of competitive matches. We have seen how Sinigang plays Madness, but this is our first time casting Mookrop's games as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out an aggressive early game, and I think that's very important for them, right? Wouldn't you say, heading into the early game?
Yeah, definitely Mookrop has to go aggressive over here, because later on it goes on just the poke that comes out from the side of Sinigang is just going to be a lot before they can actually go for any kind of team fights. And as you said, Xerath artillery mage is going to be so far behind, you're barely ever going to end up reaching him. It's going to be very hard time for that point. Exion just arcane shifts out, has the flash as well as his backup. So it's a really hard matchup for Mookrop going. As you said, on paper, if you don't see the teams, you'll be stripping a bit for Sinigang's side, because it's way much more of a comp to easily execute. So Mookrop has to go for it as fast and try to end the game between the 20 to 25th minute mark, because if the longer it just prolongs, it's just going to keep on going in favor of Sinigang, and they do not want that going on, given that this is a best of one and it is lower bracket. Their backs against the wall, so these teams have to come out as aggressive as possible, and we do like our reach. And we remember Sinigang did end the game fairly quickly yesterday, so Sinigang is also known as a team that will be trying to put on the moves as fast as possible and will not be letting Mookrop get the early upper hand if they have their say to.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the Mookrop really have to figure out how to play out the early game, because they don't have an aggressive jungler, while they have aggressive a Pantheon who is quite aggressive as well. So, let's find out as we head into the game, guys. This is the battle of the SEA. We are in the lower bracket semi-finals. Both of these teams are on their last leg, which means they need to win to stay in the tournament. And they are pulling all the stops with an engage-based composition coming out from Mukrop right here. This is going to be an exciting matchup. Oh, I just want to say, I love how the Noxus team map looks. Honestly, it just gives you that feeling that you are in Noxus. And I'm loving the thematics that Riot has come out with just in terms of how the the map colors look. And standard lanes coming out, Madness. You take over play-by-play for this, so I don't think we'll expect a lot of fights happening. But in particular, I'm very interested to see how the top lane fares, because that's going to be a very volatile matchup in the Jace and the Pantheon.
Oh, definitely, it's going to be like that. Both teams seem to be parallel across the river right now, just trying to deny any vision or see if any vision is being placed over there. The Rel put in an early ward in the bot side, as you can see in the bush over there. Has gone picked up the sweeper for himself for later on clearage as well. As you said, Pantheon Jace on the top side, going to be a very volatile kind of matchup for them. The Xinjiao looks like he's going to be starting his own blue buff, or no, he's just pondering about which way he wants to start his jungle, and it's just taking a slow start right here. We'll talk a bit about the rules that we're taking. The Pantheon's gone for the press the attack for the early trades against the Jace, who has gone the grasp of Undying, so probably going the Fimble Winter build instead of just the full poke completely for himself. In the mid lane, the matchup start, but just there has started first over here, so he will be looking to put on the moves against the Zoe. Real Zoe has started over there. And I don't think we casted one Zoe yet in this matchup. But in the bot side, the Rel is jumping in forward. He's going very aggressive onto the Kaiser. Gets a very good trade for himself. Kaiser already loses around 30% of her HP in the trade. So that's a nice play from the push from the side of Sinigang over there. And that's going to give them a bit of the prio over there. And they get the lane pushed up as well. And the jungler is also on that side of the map.
Yeah, interesting choices right here in terms of runes as well. Pantheon has opted for the Presti attack, which means in terms of shorter trades, you're going to have a lot of advantages. And as you can see already, right, in terms of the mid lane is more of a skill shot, and like you said, level 2 hit first, and he went for this PTA, and that's a great trade again. So Pantheon does have an advantage. Barrier gets picked up. It's pretty trouble right here for Xerath, and Flash does land, Ignite does land, and first blood. Whoa.
Very aggressive from the Zoe over there. Uses her flash, uses her ignite, goes for the kill potential. She realized that she had it for takes first blood for Mukrop there, and they are enjoying that at least, given that the lane in the bot side is suffering. But on the top side, yes, Pantheon with the press attack going for the shorter trade is winning now. Narrowly misses the spear onto the Jace over there, but he's got this lane completely pushed in over there, and he's running the ignite. Both the laners of Mukrop running ignite, so later on, in terms of macro, might be a problem because no TPs on their side, while as Sinigang have TPs in both their mid laner and top laner. So it's gonna come up to the macro later on, but I don't think Mukrop even wants to get to that stage. They're just trying to try and as much aggression as they can. Darius throws out his cascade, narrowly misses the relative sidestep.
It makes sense that his name is Real Zoe and that he speaks Zoe. I do feel this might be a miss on Sinigang's drafting or scouting, because I think he's a Zoe main. Because you can see how aggressively he played level 1. He was dodging almost all abilities from the Xerath as well. And then I think Exosen was just caught off guard. Wasn't expecting that amount of damage coming out from the Zoe. Nonetheless, that's a great pickup. An amplifying tone on single back does give Zoe a lot more poke pressure as well. Great start for Mukrop, and this is what we're expecting out of them, because they need to keep making these plays happen. And like you said, even Pantheon doing really well in lane, making the poke happen. Sinigang, though, it's fine. They're keeping up in CS. It's not really the end of the world for them in that sense. That first blood does make things a bit better, and I think Zilnas is now waiting for the gank happen.
Here comes the Zac. He's in the fog of war. Gets the nice launch in, but the arcane shift from the Ezreal is enough to get out. The Rel's also not going to be in any trouble at all. And this is where that high mobility Ezreal comes into play. Even if you go for the fog of war ganks onto him, he's just going to arcane shift out, get out of it comfortably. It's just going to be a bit of waste of time for the Zac essentially over there. While the Xinjiao's already invading into his own jungle to see if there's anything there. And in the meantime, even talking about the earlier fight with the Xerath against Zoe, I think Xerath didn't even understand that the Zoe had kill potential there. He was just playing it so safe. He didn't even burn his flash over there.
Beautiful. That's a really well played trade right here, but what
nice trade does come in. Xinjiao is coming in. He's got the hits onto it, but the flash gets burned from the Pantheon. That is what comes up of it. But look at here, Zac's coming in onto the Xerath. Xerath has his flash. He's forced to burn it. So flash burn from the mid lane of Singing, while the flash burn from Mukrop on the top side.
Nice rotations from both junglers, getting a flash each, but in the bot side, another fight's about to happen.
Yeah, they just get a lot of poke in, and either Mukram have to just survive the poke that Ezreal is putting out. And Zack's here yet again. Ezreal is pretty low on the mana terms. If he uses one more Q, maybe has very less for just one Arcane Shift essentially in his name. Cannot be putting out much damage. Zack's coming in over here. Ezreal being forced to burn the flash. Didn't have the mana for the Arcane Shift. But Rel's going in the meantime, but it looks like Ezreal ends up going down. He's trying to get the trade on the Kai'Sa, but Rel now is forced to run for the hills and will just get out with his life. So nice roaming coming, or rotations coming from Zack. When mid, came back bot, realized Ezreal's low on mana, forces him to use his flash, doesn't have his Arcane Shift, and he's just caught out, and he ends up being the second kill that Mukra picks over, only one kill away from the pizza burger.
Yeah, and I honestly think that's a bit of a misplay coming out on the side of Sinning. They need to realize Zack was spotted mid and he just rotated back to bot. So they knew that he's hovering around that side and they were still playing so aggressive without any wards whatsoever. And a great pickup right here. All flashes were blown, mind you. So the Kai'Sa flash as well as the flash from Gragas was blown, and the kill does go to the Zack right here. But again, great proactivity coming out from Mukrov, and this is what we expected. This is what they need. So it's going all according to plan thus far. Doesn't really mean anything much still, but still the fact that they got a couple of kills does make them a tad bit stronger as you head into the next sort of team fights. And Davion is gonna make use of the flashes there, but not before the Rel is there for backup.
Yeah, and it seems like both supports are roaming because Grubs are up right now, and I think there's just being a trade of objectives essentially over here. Mugrov will be taking the Grubs, but hold up, in the top side, a lot of trades coming in over here. The Ignite being burned onto the Jace. Jace is pretty much dead, but has to use the flash. The spear does land, but just not enough damage to execute him there. Ignite being burned by the Pantheon, and Jace has to end up flashing as well. So Pantheon can look for a kill potential next time. But as we're talking about jungle, objectives getting traded, Sinning will be picking up the first Drake, which is an Ocean Drake, while as Mugrov outside will be picking up all three Grubs on the top side. And it looks like the Kai'Sa has been left pretty alone over here. The Gragas has not made it over here. It could be look like a dive potential. So Gragas is making his way. Once he gets spotted, I don't think the dive will be in the books anymore.
They
for
could
the
just
side of
on the Gragas himself. Yeah, that's fine. So it's a trade of objectives right here. 3 Grubs or a Dragon, but a great initiating trade from the Pantheon. The Ignite advantage, and in general in these trade patterns, especially attack, he will have the better of it. The only way Jace really wins out is if he does a little bit of poke before things happen. But now a flashless Jace, a flashless Zealot, and honestly everyone on the side of Sinning do not have flashes, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. But since Zildas is trying to do something happen, but he is a bit too far. I mean, his top is a bit too far, so he decides to not chase this anymore. Remember, he's still level 5, mind you. Meanwhile, real Zoe in the mid lane. Man, I have a feeling that this Zoe is going to create a lot of havoc because he's been showing a lot of aggression in the early game, and this is really helping Mukrov sort of keep a hold on this era in the early game.
Yeah, and he's even bought the Boots of Swiftness early on, so he can just keep on dodging the skill shots with the extra movement speed that he does have.
Yeah,
and he has been putting a lot of pressure, right? He did pick up that first blood. Exo went back and picked up a Dark Seal, but I don't think he's making any stacks on it anytime soon, given the state of the game. The top side, while that Zack had gone in to the Jace. Oh, but Pantheon's going back in. Here comes the Zack. He flashes forward. He jumps forward also as well. The Jace doesn't have flash, mind you. He's pretty much dead at this point. The Zack is bouncing. Does not even burn his passive at the end of the day, and now it looks like Pantheon can get some plates for himself. Jace does have TP when he does come up, but Pantheon will be taking at least 1 plate to his name, even 2 if he continues putting on the pressure. The top side is looking a bit like an island where Jace has been separated. He's not receiving as many ganks as Zack has been putting in, and Zack has been pretty much everywhere we're seeing in any kind of action over except the first blood in the mid lane.
Yeah, kudos to Zil, honestly, keeping the pressure up and making sure his early game is going well. Now, what Zin is doing is trying to counter jungle that, but honestly, when your Zinzao is 0-0, 0 at this point, and you have 2 kills in the Zack, Tain at blue buff is not going to mean much. So that's a trade that they're happy to sort of give out right here. But great rotations, great movement from Zil. I think this really helps the Pantheon lane a lot because he's able to exert more pressure, get the right back. The teleport advantage is for naught. And like we said, when you burn your flashes, you need to regank again, and that's exactly what Zil did on that Zack right here. So really well played by him. And Sinning honestly are getting a little caught out by the Zack. They're not expecting him to come out and gank the lanes again and again. But on the other side, was Jace is able to get a lot of CS back for himself, so he's not that bad in terms of the gold deficit because the assist went over to the Pantheon, doesn't really have a kill, but a finished boot does help his trading a lot more. He will take less damage, and I think Rel is a bit in trouble, but then also this backup coming from Jack.
Yeah. The backup comes in, the Zac does dive forward. Zoe is pretty comfortable, putting still more pressure, but he has to use his flash to get out of that exchange. Zer pops his own ultimate, putting in a lot of damage over here. The Zac passive gets burnt out, but I don't think the side of Sinigan can capitalize it. The entire side of Mukrop is here except for the Kaiser. But it looks like the Exion does secure the shutdown onto the Zac, and I think Pantheon will also be paying the price for overextending over there. 2 kills picked up for Sinigang while none picked up for Mukrop, and this is the comeback that Sinigang will be looking at. Nice ultimate coming in from the Exion from downtown, picks up the kill once the Zac does come out of his passive ability of his blobs coming up over there.
Pivotal from the Ezreal right there. Mirmo at that point gets the right kill there, and again you can see the amount of damage this comp has, right? Even from the Xin Zhao to the Xerath as well. They just didn't have a lot of responses. They didn't see the Xin Zhao coming. So real Zoe, he was trying to engage, but absolutely no respect given to the fact that Xin Zhao could be there. Then that numbers advantage really made things difficult. And this is exactly what Mukrop don't want. But Pantheon is coming on the top, and he's going
Pantheon ultimate is going in over there.
Flash.
Nice hit back by the hammer of the Jace. He does have flash, but I don't think in the range, right? And then thinking better of it, just chases him out essentially over there. Jace did have flash to match it up in case the Pantheon did go for the flash. The grubs are being fired and contested right now. Zac is stuck in a hard place. His jump does get interrupted. He doesn't have his passive as well. Pops his ultimate to survive a bit longer, but he does end up going down, but not before he takes 1 grub for himself. So gets that 4 grub extra buff for their team, while 2 grubs now are getting picked up by Sinigang. So Sinigang still in this, still fighting for themselves, but the feet of warfare were picked up by Mukrop at the end of the day, and they have 4 grubs, so 3 of those grubs result in 1 of the epic monsters being picked up, while Sinigang had that 1 Drake they picked up early on. The second Drake will be spawning in around 17 seconds time, and that's what the next fight will be looking. But look at this, the top side, the lanes have been swapped. Jace is now on the bot side of the river. The Zoe bubble narrowly missing onto Xerath over there, and he's playing way more cautionary than he did early on after that first blood was picked up by Zoe.
Yeah, this is a smart rotation coming out right here, because getting the Pantheon in a 1v2
But I
lane,
think this is
they
a
really can't do
dive being
much.
set up.
Yeah, and they do notice it, but there's just nothing they can do. Now, what does the Pantheon do? Does he just run away? He does use his
I don't think
ability,
he
but
can even run away at this point. There's just so much damage being put out. Nice juggle of aggro. Rel just survives on 1 HP. Takes a lot of the turret shots, but just calculating pretty much well. They pick up that kill for free over there, but they're giving up the waves on the bot side. Jace is looking to pick up the golems in the bot instead. It looks like first tower will be going to Sinigang after this pressure move put on the top side. So that works up definitely in their favor. And now they are just about away. Just have to get 2 more jungle objectives to secure the feats of strength. In the meantime, Mukrop answer back with picking up the secondary, which is the Hextech Drake for themselves. So they are at 2 out of the 3 monsters, and they only need 1 more epic monster to secure. So it's up to the next jungle objective to see who ends up getting the feats of strength.
it does look like, Sinigang did get a lot going for themselves from Madness. In the last minute or 2, they got the right objectives. The first tower goal does end up going out to the Ezreal as well. And there's no response except for a Drake take, which is fine. But slowly but steadily, I mean, I'm loving how these both teams are playing really well. And, no objective is going to waste. Like, yes, you lose a top tower, you get the Drake back. But it does still feel as Sinigang are coming out on top with these trades, just because they're getting kills on top of that as well. And a lot of gold being funneled to the first blood as well, to the first tower as well. So that's going to be really good for them. Again, this is not looking good right now for Mukrop, because this is a composition like we discussed in the early game. They need to have their engages in the right places, and they still can. But you have a Pantheon, right? And he's currently 0-2, so he's currently struggling. After a decent early game, he is finding himself, he's not going to be super relevant in the mid to late game, and they need to make picks with him right now. They need to be more proactive, and to their sort of kudos to them, because they're trying, but it's just not yielding the correct output for them, because they're finding themselves 2,000 gold behind. And now is where things are a bit difficult. But Zac does spot out the Jace right here,
but I don't think much can come of it. Nothing. Yeah, they can't pull it to anything. Not much can be done. The bot side now, it looks like they want to pick up the bot tier 1 turret over there. There's no one who can actually defend it, given how the Kaizen Gragas in the mid lane. Zoe is going to be walking up. It's going to be fairly far behind. You can put a lot of damage onto this turret.
Could be in trouble right here.
Yeah, Zoe could be in trouble, but no, backup is completely here also for the side of Sinigang, of Mukrop. They would really want to put it, they are preventing the turret from going down, get the wave away. Zoe does, R forward much of it, and they do end up protecting that turret. But yeah, they're just juggling their players between mid lane and bot lane right now. And as you said, the Pantheon not yielding much results given how much resources in terms of jungle pressure was put on the top side. The Jace still didn't fall that far behind in CS, picks up a kill for himself as well. So he's doing pretty fine at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the Ezreal's really fed. He's gotten 3
Yep.
kills on that beautiful snipe from the on the Zac as well, and just farming up to a storm. So he's gonna be like the target to kill, because if he's left unchecked in team fights, he is going to whittle down a lot of people. And on the other side as well, here comes Gragas trying to do some engages, but just not gonna be enough at this point. And look at the long range poke coming out from Xerath, right? Like, he doesn't even have to walk forward.
Yeah.
He can just stay back and farm, and that's about it. It's really hard to like, you need towers to be broken here, Madness, unless you break open the mid top and bot towers, right? You won't have enough space to make these long range engages work. Like, they have the tools, but just they need the towers to work out. And now we're in a bit of a lull state after a lot of fights in the mid game. But still a relatively close game. I wouldn't say it's out of hands for Mukrop. A good team fight in the right time can still make things wonder for them. And also they have the Zoe as well, who has finished her Lich Bane, mind you. So a lot of damage will come on that champion too. And Kaisa slowly but surely is also staying relevant. Has completed her first item and is looking to output a lot of damage. But here comes Zac as well.
Zac
and
jumps in. He has no backup. He instantly has to flash away. A bit of a misstep by the jungler of Mukrop. I don't know essentially what, maybe a bit of miscommunication. He was going in, his team was not looking like to back him up. Instantly has to flash out, get away from it. So now he doesn't have a flash for the next fight. And it looks like the Rift Herald, which is getting started up by Senegang right now. Every single
should
member
fight this.
of the Rift. They're going to fight it. Jace has TP if he needs to come for it as well. You can see that the Rel is being put alone at the back of the Rift pit right now, and Jace picks up the bot tier 1 in the meantime. Fights are going now, but they're delaying so much. Jace is picking up so much on the bot side.
Yeah,
and now
they don't
this is
need
where
to
the
do the
TP
Herald.
comes in, right? The TP plays come
Yeah.
in. You don't have TPs on the side of Mukrop. You have no one who can essentially match
Really
him.
smart
If you
match,
do
though.
go for the
Nice
match him, you
dodges.
have to give up the Rift Herald. And now look at this. Exo has to flash to get out the bubble of Zoe.
Yeah.
Zoe's putting on the pressure, but he's very far. He's getting surrounded by a lot of members, right? He has to burn his own flash that he did pick up with his W, but the Jace moves forward, and there comes that artillery from downtown by the Xerath. Picks up the shutdown on the Zoe, but it's the Jace whose life gets put away. The Rel ultimate only catching one member. That's the Pantheon who's tanking a lot, and the Zac going back in. Zinja ultimate popped in, but mind you, Zac does have his passive, so you're putting a lot of damage on someone who's just gonna maybe come back to life over here. But a lot of
my
damage
lord.
coming up from the back line of Senegang. I don't think you can match it up. Rel does end up going down, but you pick up the jungle. Nice flash Q from the Ezreal. Picks up the kill onto the Gragas. Now the Kaiser has to run for the hill. Does have the flash, ends up burning it as well. And that was a lot of fighting going on over there. That's a 2-for-3
Yeah.
exchange
We
in the
need
favor
to-
of Senegang. Actually, 2-for-4. The Zoe also did end up going down. And they
Yeah,
also
that's
end
a-
up picking up the Drake.
That's a massive win out there for Senegal, right? It started off with the Zoe being very, very overexerted for no reason whatsoever. That led to her death, and without a Zoe in these team fights, Mukrop can't really do much. And they tried, they had the engage, they got the pick onto Jace, but just look at the amount of stuns right coming in, right? So I think Xerath is playing really, really well. Just have a look at this team fight. Zoe engages way too far, has to run away, gets completely bursted down. That shutdown is going over. And they get a kill back, but at this point they're fighting a champion without Zoe, right? And Kaisa is like their only primary source of damage right now. Pantheon tanking what they can. It's just not going to be enough at this point. And at this point, just look at the Xerath's positioning, look at the Ezreal's positioning. They're just hitting free fire. There is nothing to stop them from getting dove on, and they are happily outputting damage as required.
Oh, look at
This
the
could be a
Rel.
big
He does
conflict
get
with the
bubbled
Rel.
up over there. Nice Zoe Q from a far distance. That's basically securing the life of the Rel. But the Gragas casket ends up hitting him too far away from the rest of his team. It prevents him from going down. Instead, it's the Jace that ends up getting picked up by Mukrop. Bit of a misplay from the Gragas, but over here, look, he's going back in, and it's the Zinja who gets caught. He thought he maybe had caught the Pantheon. And Rel goes in just to end up dying yet again. Senegang on the back foot over here. I've already lost 3 members of the Xerath. Ends up picking up the Pantheon. And now it looks like Senegang have chosen to back off over there. But yes, a bit of misplay from Senegang after such a crucial fight that were going down, in the bot side of the map. And it looks like Mukrop can pick up this Rift for free.
I really
Ezreal
like the
and,
layering of the CC.
Ezreal and Xerath really want to put in some poke up damage, but if they get up caught with the bubble or something, it's going to be the end of them. Zoe misses her bubble and dodges the stun from the Xerath, so it just looks like Mukrop pick up the Rift Tower
I'm
after that fight.
loving how close this game is, right? You think it's
Oh,
over, but it's
absolutely.
not. Mukrop gets the right picks, and this is what I said, right? If you have the right amount of CC and engage with the Zac Brink, right? There's a lot you can do when these champions are in melee range, right? Even with the Xerath and Ezreal, they are so scared to walk up front because they know that there's a Zac waiting right in front of them. And because of a bit of a lack of vision, right? The Gragas is actually doing a really good job just zoning the Xerath out. Xerath is not able to output any damage in that team fight bar in that last one kill that he got, right? So as long as the Xerath ends up playing that distraction or playing that zoning sort of champion to not allow so the Gragas keeps doing that to not allow the Xerath and the Ezreal to do damage, then I think this is where Mukrop can actually end up winning a team fight. So like really well played there from Mukrop, and Zonia I think was not intentional or just there. I think just picked it up. But the rift
Yeah,
help
I
being
think
used does help them, open up.
Oh no,
No,
he didn't pick
ends
it up.
using
That's an
by
arm
mistake.
guard. That's an
Yeah,
arm guard
that's a
that he
bit of a
used by
yikes.
mistake. A bit of a
Little-
yikes coming in from real Zoe over there.
little
Getting
bit of
very excited
nerves.
with the way he's playing. It made him a little more nervous, yeah, absolutely.
They need to
And
break
now
open mid, Madness. They need to find a way to get mid, because if you break open mid against a Xerath, it
It opens
opens
up
up
so
the
much,
map
yeah.
so much for you. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll be able to do it in this turn, but at least they have gotten it not low enough. And
this is
again,
just
the
looking
stun
like
does
deja
land.
vu. The rel does land, but nothing else does land on him. He does dodge it out pretty beautifully at the end of the day. The stun does land on him. He has to back away, and it looks like Sinigang want to get something, but I don't think they're just reaching a bit far out of their pocket. Thanks like flash used by the rel to get over the wall over there, and now it's the Pantheon just left in the mid side. Atakan has spawned in the top side of the river, so that's the next objective to fight out. The next Drake will be in 1 minute 45 seconds, so it's going to be a bit of time before that comes. So all eyes on the other card and what kind of plays you're going to be making around it. And you can see Mukro have grouped up so much, while his Sinigang can just spread out just because of the TP advantage.
Yeah, and honestly, like it's still a death, right? A Zoe bubble timed at on any champion, doesn't matter who it is. If it could potentially mean death unless they flash out or something like that. So you can still see the power of the Mukop composition right now, and with the Zoe being there as well, there's a lot of damage that can be put onto the enemy as well. So Sinigang do not have an easy game. Yes, they're in a good lead right now. They have 2-1 dragons as well, but it's definitely not over, and they still need to play it very, very safe, because one wrong mispositioning, like you said here as well, Xerath is going to do a lot of damage. But this is again, if he was spotted out right there and Gragas just went in before he had a chance to use his ability, I think he would have just been dead right
Oh,
there.
but
So
look
you
at
have to be a bit
this.
careful.
The ultimate is being popped by the Xerath. The Rel goes in. Gragas has to flash out, has to evade these R's from the Xerath. He does manage to get out even after the Ignite was ticking in onto him. So now the Gragas is pretty low on HP, has to back up himself. There are two people on
Zac
the
has
side of
shown
Mook on
bot.
the bot side. Yeah, Zac has shown bot side. Pantheon shown bot side. And this looks like a free undercount for Sinigang. And I think they're realizing on the side of Mook. That's why you see the instant recall coming in from the Zac. The Jace was trying to go for, the denial. Look at this. Zoe's walked up pretty far. This is the mispositioning that we're talking about. This time it's coming from the side of the Zoe, and she gets caught out before such a crucial fight. She ends up going down. That also after wasting her flash. And now she is seeing the gray screen, while Sinigang will be seeing hopefully the Atakan at this point. But look at this. Mukrop are surrounding it over here. The Jace in the bot side, so they're getting 2 for nothing essentially, right? They're just pushing the bot side tier 2 turret and picking the Atakan. And what is the answer Mukrop is going for? They're looking to pick up the Drake instead for themselves.
Yeah, that Zoe right here again was just a little too far ahead. I mean, he should have just waited for the team to come back before he did anything. They're not even going for the Dragon Madness. This is a chase after a Jace who is
no.
just going to die, and then False Life will get him back.
No, this is
just going from bad to worse for Mukta. In the last minute or so, really bad macro plays coming out right here, or just mispositioning leading to deaths. And now it's looking very difficult because they all have false lives. Like, even if you try to fight them at this dragon, they're not going to essentially die, and they can just, Jace can actually just come back again. And they do want to go for an engage, but it's not going to be
They
enough.
really
And
want to go for the engage, but Pantheon's not close by. He does not even have his ultimate to even come into the fight. The bubble does
this is
not
tough.
hit
This is
anybody.
tough.
And as we did say, they had the false life. This is very tough for Mukro. This is basically a free fight for Sinigang. They can do whatever they want over here. They will not end up going down, and they can still contest the dragon for free essentially. And Jace is just going to be pushing in the mid wave as well, so they're doing pressure in the mid tier 2 turret that is pretty weak, and the rest of Mukro have to fall away from the Drake, recognizing that there's no benefit of this fight over here. Even if they do manage to get them and their Drake, they'll end up maybe possibly losing members in the trade. And while Sinigang does lose nothing essentially there, and this will be Sinigang's third Drake, putting them on Cloud Drake's point over here.
Yeah, this is exactly another problem, right? Like, if you wanted to just decide to not give the deck, just use the pressure and try to get the mid tower or at least push out top, right? They tried to fight and then decided not to, which I think was not the right call. And here again, they're trying to jump after the Zinza, but for what? He has a false life. It will expire in a
And he's
couple of
so
minutes
tanky.
anyways. I'm not sure
And
what
he's
they're trying to do right here.
Well, I
Maybe
really
just
don't know what Zach's trying to do. He's maybe just trying to stop some bases, but there's nothing that could happen. If they had just not gone for that, the chase in the bot side when he did end up getting that false light, they could have maybe picked up the Drake for free while the members of Sinegang were on the top side of the map. But
absolutely. This
just
could have
a
been
bit
2 for
of a
2 right
wrong
here. They could
macro
have
play.
taken
Yeah,
mid
this would
tower
have
as
been
well.
2
They
for 2.
chose.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could have been also a push of mid. Like the wave was there. They could have tried to get a mid lane tower, but they chose to go after the Jace who had a free GA for himself. And this is where things are getting a little bit questionable for Mukrob right here. I think they are slowly dropping the ball in terms of how they want to play out this game. And now Sinigang seem to be very comfortable in the game. Flash has to be put
Zach
in the
has to
Xerath as well. The
flash.
turret top gets destroyed. Zoe is just not able to match up with that Jace, and like now madness is where I feel the snowball has started.
Yeah,
I
this
think
this
that
snowball has
Atakan
happened.
really changed things up, and because they have Atakan still, they're happy to go
Oh,
ahead
but
and
Zach's
and
going
engage
yet
some-
back in. He is going
Yeah, they
for
were
the
go-
fight, but here comes Pantheon from the heavens as well. They're trying to neutralize some of the members over
Oh,
here. Nice
Paul
Red
G
ultimate
expired.
does follow up, but there goes Xin Zhao in the fight, and they're coming back over here. Kaiser does end up falling, but Rel falls as well. So does Xin Zhao, and it looks like they're on the chase. They're going on to the Exion. Triple kill for the Pantheon, the top laner of Mukrob over here. And this is where we're seeing a bit of the seesaw in momentum coming from the teams. Mukrob perfectly timing it when the GAs were going away from City Gang. Now, it looks like Zera's caught in no man's land. He will be trying to get the Pantheon before it goes down, but does not get it. Technically a quadra kill for the Pantheon. Gets all 4 kills. A huge shutdown goal from the Zera as well. So he's getting a lot of gold being funneled into him.
Oh, man,
And there is a
this
Rift
team-
Herald. There's a Baron up as well for grabs for the side of Mukrob.
they wanted to get the Baron, but man, what a timing to take the fight, right? The Vatican buff just expired as they took a fight, so I think they timed that extremely well for when they did. And I think also like Gang just didn't expect that. And like we said, right, if they go and make the right engage, they will still die. And Pantheon getting 4 kills right here is pretty good for him because they are looking at his burst to kill these people off, and that does help him. Although I would feel those kills would have been better. But have a look at the replay right here, right? Zack goes in, he has his own passive, right? So he buys a lot of time. Meanwhile, the attack and buffs are dead. Here comes Jace as well, but it's not going to be enough, and Pantheon just keeps on shredding people. Zoe also outputting a lot of damage. Greg is doing a really good job just zoning out the Xerath yet again, and eventually they get 4 kills for themselves. And dare I say it, this keeps them in the game. I still don't think they're ahead in the game yet, but the fact that they got 4 kills does help it break open the mid lane tower, which was very important as well. And now Sinigang now have to be a lot more careful because they realize that they can't just mess around with this team. If they take one wrong step, they could potentially die, and the next team fight that could happen could potentially lead to a Baron, right? So this is where Sinigang, while they have a good poke comp and their carries are quite well, I think we should also probably just check out the gold rate when possible. But essentially, the way that this game is going, right? It's very. It still could be anybody's game. Like one wrong team fight now, and potentially a Baron gets taken, and suddenly they're grouping up, and when they're grouping up, team fights happen, and then this things are going to be difficult, right? So Pantheon being ahead does help them. Let's see what the next game here is.
In the
Oh,
bot
they are
side
going
over
to the
here,
fight.
Pantheon is fighting 1v1, but here comes Zinjao to break up the party. They tried to narrow the Pantheon before Zack comes in, but Zack gets instantly knocked back by the Zinjao ultimate. Pantheon ends up going down. Zack is left to his own devices. He's trying to run away from this fight, has to pop his own ultimate to survive, does not have his passive, will end up going down. 2 kills for Sinigang over here. The artillery coming out from the Xerath, putting a lot of damage. Barrier having, not barrier, with the shield that the Kaiser does get. He does walk out for below 50% of HP, and this is when Dragon's coming up in 45 seconds time, when all these fights are breaking out. Very a bit misplaced. So it's just being kind of seesaw battles going on in favor of either Sinigang or Mukrob, and just depending on how it's going. Now TP's coming in for the Baron right here. The plays are being made. The jungler is dead for Mukrob, and I just don't see what they can do about this Baron. Not much you can do, and they're zoning out the Zoe, they're zoning out the Gragas. Here's the Rel, gets a nice stun on both of them. Not much can be done. Kaiser's here at the fight, but there's essentially nothing Mukrob can do. Can maybe try to neutralize this, but a lot of damage being put onto the Xerath with the Q from the Zoe, but he's so far behind, nobody can actually reach him except the Zoe after she R's forward with the Q. The Baron gets picked up. Looks like Sinigang just falls away. Gragas has to E away from the ultimate coming in from the Ezreal, and now pings coming in from the red team onto the Drake. They know a reset's coming in from Sinigang right now, but Sinigang will probably try to make it up in time. Mind you, this is Sinigang's last Drake that they need to take. Mukra has only got one Drake before this, and let's
There's
see
no
how
ultimates
fast they get up.
on Sinigang though. There's only Zinzao as an ultimate, and there's no Ezreal ultimate or the Xerath ultimate or a Rel ultimate. So they should
Drake
get
gets
the
picked up
dragon and run
instantly
away.
over here. They're trying to run away from the side of Mukrov. But in here goes the members of Mukrov. Pantheon does jump forward and Xerath has his ultimate yet again. He's putting on the damage. There goes down the Gragas. Look at how much damage is being put out by this Xerath. There has to be quick feet from the side of Mukrov. But it's just not enough. They've already lost 3 members. Down goes the Pantheon as well. The only survivor of that fight being the Zoe, while instead is the Jinzhao, the only one dying from the side of Sinigang, the only casualty over there. And this breaks it so far open for Mukrov. They can be looking to put a lot of pressure. They have the Baron buff as well. They're going to get the tier 3, going to get the inhibitor, maybe even try to touch one of these Nexus turrets, because Davion's the
could
only one who's
potentially
close
be
enough to
game.
coming up. This could potentially be
Yeah,
game.
this-
You are not wrong here, Bishi.
Yeah, because at this point, right, just the kind of coordination.
Oh, the
coming
flash
out
forward.
from
Oh,
Mukrov
Zoe
was
does
not
go gold
great.
in, but once she comes back up, she's dead. Davion comes in. Now they're just dying off spawn at this point, the way they're playing. And Davion has to fall back. Exion just flashes forward, misses out on the Q onto the Gragas. But the Nexus turrets have taken quite a beating. They will try to get the second one, but they don't manage to pick it up. The Kaiser has spawn, does have a bit of wave. The Zac is going aggressively forward. Looks like Mukrov are not
Pantheon has
backing
ultimate.
out. The Pantheon ult is coming in over. He does jump forward. He just onto the Xerath. Xerath's going to get instantly neutralized. The Ezreal has to archy shift away, but does get caught out as well. So Mukrov coming on the backfield and sitting just about overstaying their welcome over there.
Yeah, they kind of had the end right here, but it wasn't to be. Nonetheless, the game is still pretty much over because they are quite ahead. These cutdowns really won't do much. I mean, the team is a bit, and like the team coordination on the side of Mukrov wasn't the great as well. You could see Jack jump out, and then you could see the Pantheon go in. So I just felt like a little bit of an anti-synergy in that kind of dragon fight that allowed them to just get steamrolled right here. And the Xerath, like I said, being untouched, they need to really jump on the Xerath. They're trying to jump on the Jace, which I don't think is the right target right here. They need to be on the right sort of targets, and now it's a bit too far off, I would say, like, because the fight also happened because the Pantheon at the start of the fight was fighting the Jace alone, and the team of Sinigang was more in sync, and they got here. See here, right? Pantheon goes in, and then the Jace ult comes in, but by the time it's just too late, and Xerath is just untouched, using his ultimate right here, creating a lot of damage. The beefy front line of Sinigang with the Rel and the Zen was just tagging out pretty much everything, and there you have it. It was just not a team fight they could ever win. They need to pick a pick on the Ezreal, or they need to pick a pick on the Xerath. In this case, they
Like
got
they
some
do
picks
here.
because they were trying to run away. Yeah, but this is what they need to do, not when they run away, but when they're looking to fight.
Yeah.
If you jump on anybody else except the Xerath or the Ezreal, you are not going to come out winning in this team fight, because you're letting the Xerath and Ezreal do a lot of damage to you, and that will end up being the boon. Now, I do feel that this might take one more Baron, might take another Cloud Soul before this game really ends, but Sinigang definitely have the winning hand. I think it's just a matter of time. The mid lane inhibitor is broken. Both the Nexus turrets are actually down as well, and they have a poke bomb, so they don't need to do anything much. Random ults and engages, but they were trying to camp out the blue buff for some reason, which I don't
Yeah.
think was the case. And then they're trying to
Gragas
push
narrowly
bot.
avoided getting the stun.
Yeah,
They are
this is
pushing
a
up the
good
bot. The
stage.
bubble does land, but look at this. They're getting a bit divided left and right across this wall that's here, and they have to think about it. They're just going to back out around it right now. Next Drake's up in 1 minute 30 seconds. That's what they have to aim for. And yeah, honestly, as you said, they have to jump on the Xerath or the Ezreal, and it's just not what Mukrov are doing until they're coming back. In the second, the next fight is when they're starting to do that, and then they completely forget it after the next fight.
Yeah, this is not going to look good for them. Like, they can siege, but what they're doing is just waiting for that 1 minute for the Cloud Dragon to come. So that's why they're on the bottom side. They're denying any vision at all, if possible, from the side of Mukrov to get there. And Mukrov just trying to do what they can, just farm up the mid lane as much as they can. Send somebody top to maybe push out that wave too. But having said that, it's not looking great for them. I think it's going to be a bit difficult unless magically they're able to get the right picks on either Exion or Golin, which is a Jace. Things are not looking good for them. So let's see and wait out what happens. But I do have to say, a lot of kudos to Mukrov right here for keeping the game as close as it is, considering the composition, and they're sort of past their time to actually have won out the game. Like, this is the point where you say that, okay, you know what, you could have potentially won the game at this point, but because they have not, and the poke comp has sort of come online, it's going to be a bit difficult. And you can see already Pantheon has to base right now because Jace is pushing top. So again, smart macro coming out of Slingang as well. They are not trying to fight here. They're trying to get lanes and push as much as they can. It's really on to the Gragas, the Zac to really make engages happen, but they are not doing it either. They're not getting the opportunity. Zill really wants to jump, but again, he's not doing it. I'm not sure what are they
the
waiting for at this
band
point.
lands on to
But they should not jump on the rail. They should jump on the Zen,
Yeah.
on the Zerat or the Ezreal, right? That's not the bubble you want to land as well. Of course, he's standing in melee form. Top side as well. Can Pantheon get a solo kill onto the chase? That could be a
But
great
hold
turning
up,
point as well.
now the bubble does land onto the Zen. A lot of damage being put onto him. He has to pop his own ultimate to get to safety. Zac does have his passive up right now. He's looking to jump forward. He's jumping very far and very deep, but does get out. There's no one to actually punish him for his mistakes. Ezreal comes out, puts a lot of damage onto the Zac. Flash forward by the Rel, does catch out some members of Mookrop, and now is the damage coming in. Zac has gone into blob form. Will be end up going down, and now it's just not looking good for the side of Mookrop. They have to run for the hills. Here comes Pantheon with his ultimate. Off your screen, Jace picks up the Zoe as well. The Pantheon is trying to fight as much as he can, ends up going down yet again. This is looking like GG at this point. There goes down Gragas at the end of the day. Flash forward by the Jace, ends up securing that kill. Only the Kai'Sa, the one surviving over here, and just not much else they can do over here.
They never got the opportunity to ride the line engage at all, and even when they did, the Zac ended up dying. He thought that once his passive is back up, he uses ultimate, but he just dies in his ultimate, and nobody dared to do anything at this point as well. So it's just like, Sinigang was the better
Jumps
team,
onto
make
the
no
Kai'Sa,
mistake.
instantly deleted.
Yeah, and they deserve to win out this game as well. It's just a very well played. I think deservingly they do make it to the low bracket finals. Well played there for Mookrop. Honestly, they gave them a bit of a tough fight. It was not that easy. But I think Sinigang had the game in their hands. I think well deservingly, they are your winners. Sinigang from Philippines have made their way on to the lower bracket finals with a very, very strong poke here, Madness, and poking their way to victory, I would say, in this game, and very successfully so from here.
Yeah, and keeping the carries very safe as well. As we said, not many opportunities for Mookrop to go for it. One of the few they sometimes did go for it onto the Ezreal or the Xerath, but the Xerath did so much damage from behind, as did the Ezreal. And the Zinja or Rel just doing their job, picking it out with the engage they had. Nice poke comms. They took fights very slowly in the beginning as well, which I like from the kind of comp they do it have for. They drew it out as much as they can, use their TPs to the maximum potential as well. Jax was split pushing for a lot of the game as well at the side lane. So yes, brought out the very good way of how Sinigang did play there, and they definitely were the better team, at least from my side over here on this game. Mookrop, I have to back them up for how long they did end up surviving. 36-minute game over here. You can see the goal difference though, 68.6k to 57.8k, around 10k or 11k goal in the favor of Sinigang. So you just see towards the end the goal difference just got so huge, especially after the 12-minute 30 second.
Yeah, once they got the barrier, it was all but over. Really smart of Sinigang to not give in early. I think even when the Zac was making so many plays in the early game, this is what they need to continue. But I think Sinigang played this very cool, calm and collected. They knew they had a comp that would outscale them. They knew they had a comp that would win as long as they just did not give away free kills, and that's exactly what they did. And I think that's what has resulted in this victory as well. Now, the question that we beg to ask here is like, yes, this worked against Mookrop, but there are some better teams in this tournament in the Battle of SEA, and when you pick poke comps like that, some better teams know how to engage really properly as well. So we did see some sort of chinks in the armor for Sinigang. They did get caught out quite a bit in the early game, and also in certain team fights when they were extended. So they need to really work on it because they are coming from lower bracket. The teams in the upper bracket are no slouches. They have won all their matches, and I think now with that, one of the teams that must have been facing them will have a lot of work for them. But before we get into that, let's have a quick look at all the highlights of the game. I think it started off really well with the Zac going everywhere, getting kills for his team, actually taking all the kills as well. Maybe Pantheon would have been more blessed to have gotten one as well. But on the other side, when his passive is gone, this is where I think things started to not go well for Mookrop. He ends up getting one crop but dying and giving those away. And then they tried to get these engages, which whenever they did engage, they get a few kills back. But the problem is that these engages were very far and few, and they should have come more and at the right targets, especially in this team fight as well. I think they played really well to chain CC extremely well, I would say, on their champions. And I think Rel ended up dying in no process as well. And then Xerath finally got some damage in, but they were still fine. As long as the Ezreal and the Xerath were alive, they could do all they wanted. Now, this was a very crazy fight after Atakan, because the Atakan buff just got over, and this is when they took the fight. And this is where we thought, okay, you know what, there may be a chance that they can make the right things happen. Unfortunately, this was the last great team fight that Mukrab had, and after that, it just went downhill for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where Mukrab had a good timer on the, the Atakan place over there. But look at this fight just not going out. Look how free hitting the Xerath is on the backside. No one can touch it. Even the Ezreal is just completely untouched. While the carries of Mukrab are just scrambling away from the damage being put on them from a mile away, essentially, over there. And not much can be doing. The Zoe looked really phenomenal in the beginning of the game where she got her first blood. We were looking for big things from real Zoe over there. But later on, just her bubbles were not hitting the right targets. Essentially, hit the rel most of the time, and that's not the target you want to actually neutralize in the fights. Over here, the Zac went in pretty deep, ends up getting passive procced over there, ends up going down, and the rest of his team doesn't have a front line. The Pantheon just makes it too late to this fight, and he's isolated over there in a 4v1, essentially, ends up going down before he can do anything over there. The chase off your screen picks up a couple of kills as well. We'll flash forward for the kill onto the Gragas, and that pretty much seals the deal. Even this nice play onto the Kai'Sa, just pretty much obliterating her from the map with that flash play as well, ends up picking up the Nexus at the end of the day, and they didn't even wait till getting the Soul Drake for themselves before they ended the game over there. But a bit more prolonged given how the fights were going. Sinigang, as you said, did show some chinks in the armor, right? They did fall back behind. They were losing, sometimes overextending, falling behind. So that's something they can't do if they continue on over here, because other teams, not like Mukrab, will punish these pretty hard, and they have to watch out for that.
Yeah, the two remaining teams in the tournament are the only unbeaten ones. One of them will now lose and meet them in the low bracket. So let's see what's up for grabs next. On the other side of the break, we will have the lower bracket finals. So don't go anywhere. A lot of action coming your way in the Battleware CE, and we will see you guys on the other side.
I couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on. It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on. Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent.
Welcome to war. Do not test me. couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on. It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus. The wrath of Abaddon.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle of SEA right here. And now we have reached the lower bracket finals battle. And so it is going to be the team Sinigang that we just saw clinch a victory against Mukrob going against Adobo as well. So Madness, I think it's going to be an exciting game because I feel like Sinigang have shown time and time again that they're a good team and definitely one that can go all the way as well. But then you have another behemoth in Adobo. We have not seen a much of this Filipino team, but it is going to be a battle of the Filipino teams. So both of them are Filipino teams. What are your thoughts as we head into this winners low bracket finals?
Yeah, given that they're both Filipino teams, I'm expecting they know each other pretty well, right? Given that they're from the same region, so maybe it's going to be more highly contested. There's a lot of bragging rights for themselves also about who's the better team in that region, at least between these two guys. And yeah, Adobo did lose to We Are Back, so We Are Back will be facing whoever wins this matchup between Adobo and Sinigang. And remember, Sinigang was knocked down to the lower bracket due to We Are Back, so they're looking for some revenge against We Are Back, so they're going to be trying extra hard against Adobo to try and reach over there. But yeah, exciting things coming out over here. We've already seen 2 games of Sinigang, at least on this broadcast that we're doing, so we've already seen from them. But Adobo is a pretty much a dark horse that we haven't seen much from, so expect great things for them. And as you said, battle of the Philippines versus the Philippines, just gonna come up to the last part. And I really like the draft of Sinigang, but yes, as we did say, did show a few signs of errors in the last match, and they cannot definitely let that happen over here, otherwise Adobo's going to punish that.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to We Are Back as well. Being the only Singapore Malaysian team, they have been undefeated. We always spoke about regional rivalries, and it does feel like Indonesian teams, Filipino teams, even Thailand teams are generally stronger. But then you have a Singapore Malaysian team is at the top. I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. I do feel that these teams definitely will know each other because they're from the same region. I do feel you might end up seeing some bans to prevent the poke comp from being played. I definitely think that is a very, very great comp to play, which is simple to play and not that hard to execute. So I do expect there to be a couple of bans coming out from Adobo, if at all, or maybe they will wait to counter it in a way that we haven't yet figured out. So a lot is up for grabs. Winners bracket finals, like you said, chance for revenge Sinigang as well for both Adobo as well, because they just lost to We Are Back. So both of these teams are hungry to get to the winners bracket finals. This is going to be a best of one, mind you, and it feels like it's been Team Sinigang for us at least all the way, because we've been supporting them since yesterday when they beat out BIRYANI, and then today as well they've got a game against the Thailand team as well. So we are coming into I'm excited, Madness. I feel we might see, I could potentially see a similar draft come out of Sinigang, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Zerat gets banned out. Any sort of expectations do you feel in terms of draft? Do you think Sinigang is going to play something different, because they did play something more aggressive in their game against BIRYANI?
Yeah, I think what that is also, I think they were just a bit, underestimating their opponents over there. This time, it seemed like their draft was pretty well rounded out, given the kind of poke and engage that they were bringing to the table. But I really want to see what they can do. I think the Ezreal has to get banned out because not many people are reaching him in that format. Like, there's a lot of mobility on the champion. Even the earlier ganks coming in from the Zac from the side of the other team was just not reaching him. So you have to keep that in mind, that it's a very high mobility type of champion that you have to remove from the equation. If that goes on and they really want to keep their poke, they're going to have to keep the Varus on their team. Basically, if you want to keep the kind of similar kind of poke style that's becoming very popular right now. It's usually nowadays you see these kind of battles, it's the poke versus engage kind of comps that you're going for, and the engage has to be on the right type of targets, and I really hope Adobo goes for those kind of priority targets.
Yeah, I think the target selection has to be great. I think what Senegal has shown that their composition can be susceptible to the right engages, and I think we will get those answers right here as we head into Champ Select right here, Madness. Let's take a look and see if that Zerat is available. Let's have a look and see what Adobo is panning out as well. And yeah, the Jace gets banned out from Adobo, so definitely not wanting to give them the Aurora as well. Strong bans coming out on the side of Adobo, and on the other side you do see the Viego getting banned out, and I really cannot decipher the second champion. Like, what is that?
I think that's the Gwen over there that's getting banned. Is that
Oh,
not
that's the
even?
Gwen.
Yeah, it's the
That's
Gwen.
what
So they're
check.
targeting a bit more of the hyper carry kind of things on their side. So it's up to them to see what kind of bans they go for. They ran out the Galley over here that was banned against Sinigang last game. So now, given that the prowess that Kaigu showed on the Jace really well in his lane at least, and was a lot of the front line and damage for his side, so they banged that out. And the first pick of Adobo going to be the Corki.
Yeah.
Usually do not see that many of Corki plays right now, given
Very high
his state in the
priority.
game.
He's doing
but
well
yeah,
in the mid lane now, but quite high priority in the sense like they could have countered their mid lane, but they just didn't want to give it to Exo. They're like, you know what, let's just take the Corki for ourselves. And they do give the Ezreal back though, and the Ezreal has been a great pick for Mormo specifically on that Sinigang pick. I think Ezreal is looking like one of the strongest AD carries in the Battle of SEA right now. So a trade, I'm not sure if it was worth first picking this or rank. Whoa, what are we seeing right here? Are these some very interesting
I
picks
think
for
they're
Rengar?
just teasing us.
I would
teasing
love
us
it
at
if you
this
played
point.
Briar right here, or even the Rengar for that matter. But yeah, we're gonna go and see something very standard like a Wukong. There you have it, and let's go. I think again a strong pickup, great draft, a couple of picks, very strong picks as well. Adobo obviously have something up their sleeve if they want to pick the Corki mid. Still a good pickup, the Corki into the Wukong. I think he has a dash, he can still play from afar if required. The Hecarim, oh my lord, is that actually going to be picked? I would be so excited if it was, because a pick like that does
And it
mean
does.
oh, there we have it. It's going to be the Hecarim. My lord, Adobo. I'm becoming a fan already. A Hecarim jungle is not something I've seen in a while, and then to have that being picked does really well. I would say that does offer a lot of engaged mobility, movement, gang potential as well. Is quite strong in the 1v1 too. So I think potentially probably stronger than the Wukong in the 1v1. So looking forward to seeing how that happens. And that's going to be that's going to be the Corki ADC.
Oh, yeah, as
Interesting.
Zoe picked up, yeah, it's going to be a Corki ADC picked up, given the picks over here. It looks like Sinigang won't answer back with the LeBlanc. That's what's currently being covered by Exo over there. Yeah, and what the Ezreal picked up by Sinigang in the hands of Mirmu was doing wonders for their team last time, and they really want to continue on that path. And it's going to be the LeBlanc that gets locked in for Sinigang, one of the oldest champions in League itself, and that's what ends up being picked. They're going to ban out the Rumble, so now they're going to target a bit of the top lanes of Adobo's side, and let's see what Adobo answers back with their own bans right now. They're taking the bits on the slower side to think about it right now and try and target something.
That LB is
Gonna
a
be the
direct
Karma.
counter to the Zoe. He's opted to not go for a Zerath or something safer. He's opted to just fight that Zoe with the pick of himself. So I really like that pick from Exo. I think he does have a lot to show in this point as well. The Zoe was more of a pick against him because he is a Zoe one tick himself. I think that was the other part. So basically, I think
Yes.
Exo will have a fun time into that matchup. I think it does really, really well into the Zoe if you know how to dodge your abilities the right way. So in terms of lane, it's a great counter. And in terms of bans as well, banning out supports, banning out the tops, and Rumble and Nectin, again, very strong individual top players that can be picked blindly that have been sort of banned out right here. And on the other side, Adobo choosing to ban out supports. I think in this sense, definitely choosing to ban out the Poppy, who can be considered a counter to the Hecarim right here as well. So I think that's a fairly good sort of a pickup. But let's see what the pick is from Sinigang right here. They need to round off the composition, the top and the support. And I think they will definitely go for a blind top right now because they want to use the support as a counter pick here. So let's see what happened. Never mind, they decided to go for the Rel, which was their pick in game 1 again. So very similar in terms of just like engage opportunities. The jungle support being the engage for this Team Madness with Wukong and Rel. That's a very strong engage comp. The follow-up, of course, is there from the LeBlanc perhaps and maybe the Ezreal ultimate. But we'll have to wait and see how this rounds off because now Adobo have to pick the remaining 2 picks. And I have to say, Madness, these drafts are looking good on both sides. I personally still feel they need to have a little more CC on the side of Adobo, which is exactly why they've gone for the Rakan. I think that's a great pickup. And then how do they round off the top lane? This is going to be the Maokai top. Is that going to be the Maokai top?
It's
Okay.
probably going to end up being that's what gets locked in. It's going to be the Maokai time now. You talked about CC and they brought in the Rakan and the Maokai, just doubling down on that CC mark. Now it's up to what kind of top laner Senegang want to go for. They had the same bot lane they were running just in the previous game with the Ezreal Rel combo, and it worked out pretty well from
That's a
there.
strong
Rox TV
response.
had a lot of good engages with the Rel as well. Plus, Rebecca on those Zinjao was doing phenomenal over there. Now with the Wukong even stronger in the terms of what he can do. We were getting teased with the volley, but in the end, it's going to be the Vladimir locked up. So it's going to be against the Vladimir against the Maokai in the top side. And now both sides are looking a bit spicy, but I don't favor the Corki as a DC, at least in the current meta.
I mean, he does his job well. He does get picked in the mid lane as well. So he will offer a lot of damage for this team, and late game will be a monster. Having said that, I was loving the volleyball pickup just because I feel that it would give him a lot of agency against the Maokai. But then he's opting for late game insurance, and hence he's gone for the Vladimir, because the Vladimir into the Maokai is as free a lane as it can get for a Vladimir. He gets to scale and just be happy. He can't really get ganked because of his pool, so he's just going to be playing in a farm lane as well. And once you enter late game, right, you not only have the damage from the LeBlanc and the Ezreal. LeBlanc might just fall off a bit later, but then you have the Vladimir in these team fights, who will be an absolute monster to kill. And I feel I kind of favor Senegal's comp a little bit, just because I feel like they have a lot more engage and also a lot more damage and a bit more scaling. Having said that, though, I think this is all going to come down to execution. The Corki is a bit of a question mark too. I do agree. I mean, I'm not sure how it sort of fits into what they're trying to do. Maybe a bit of poke with his ultimate in sort of these compositions, but once they go in, oh man, this is a great game. I mean, I think either of these teams, now that the drafts have been sort of complete, I do feel each of them have their win conditions. Each of them have the agencies to win out this game. I don't necessarily feel one of them is better than the other. It just depends on how easy it is to execute. And what I've noticed with Senegang, at least, is Senegang do draft compositions that are a little bit straightforward. Like, with the Wukong Rel, you know what's expecting, you know what's coming. And I feel that also helps a lot, because it's not that hard to mess it up, because you're playing a straightforward engage comp. And on the other side, you do have the Rakan, you do have Hecarim right here as well, and then you have the Zoe. It's a bit more poke oriented again, because the moment you enter Zoe, you have to talk poke. You can't just do great amount of team fights. So it's about pick again. Can you get the right picks? It's I'm not sure how that will pan out. So for me, I think personally the team fights are going to be a bit difficult for Adobo to play out. But having said that, the early game matters. This Hecarim devoured, I have no idea what to expect from him. I think he might just be an absolute monster. But what are your thoughts on that Hecarim pick? Because that's not a pick we have seen a lot of in the current meta, and just to have that pick does make things very exciting to watch.
We definitely don't see it that much, and Adobo being a bit of a dark horse, given that we haven't seen it that much, they are picking up the dark horse for themselves. I really have big things expected from this Hecarim. He has to do his job a lot, because as you said, the Corki has to scale up quite a bit, and with you running a Corki Zoe comp, you're going to have extended type of team fights. It's not going to be that straightforward. While if you see the side of Senegang, it's so straightforward. As you said, very simple type of comp, no complexity that much whatsoever. You can still even get creative with it, and it's just going to run really well. And they just ran it as well, the Rel and the Ezreal now. Instead of the Zinjao, you have the Wukong on their side, so they're pretty well versed in it from what we have seen from their side. So I'm going to expect a lot. The Maokai is going to put a bit of a thorn in the backside with the ultimate players that come in. He's going to neutralize a lot, and now they're facing against a team that does have quite a bit of CC in their roster, so they have to be aware of that and not try to get caught out. Last time Rox was getting caught out quite a bit by the Zoe bubble, so he has to watch out for that in himself. But other than that, it's looking very spicy from both sides. As you said, Hecarim not that often being seen. I really want to see this, and this is the kind of games that you enjoy casting, because you don't know what you expect, because on paper it's still seeming like a 50-50 kind of scenario from both teams. It's just about what they do on the Rift with it.
True. I mean, the Maokai is a great pickup into LeBlanc. The point-and-click CC does allow them to sort of focus that champion very well. So I do understand why they picked it as a response to the LeBlanc. But then, the Vladimir was picked as a response to the Maokai, which then suddenly makes things a bit more different and easier for Senegang. So again, great sort of a composition. I still favor Senegang's draft a little bit more. But like you said, how execution matters. Draft is 50%, it's not 100% the game. Execution is the other 50%. You need to be able to execute on your draft really well, and this is where I think things are exciting in the battle of SEA. We are in the lower bracket finals. It's the two Filipino teams, Sinigang versus Adobo right here. Both of them have actually suffered losses to the winners who are awaiting them in the final, in the winners bracket right here. But a lot is up for grabs as we enter the game, and I think it's going to be a banger. I think what we saw last game as well, Madness, we saw a very exciting game. Although Sinigang won, it was a very fun game to cast. And let's have a look at the two teams right in front of us again. The rosters that we see right here in front of us. You have Razzie Binks in the top lane for Adobo. You have Devoured. You have Jillian playing in mid lane. And I think now the game is about to start. So I am quite excited. Any expectation? Look at the teams, the drafts, the comps. There you have it. I love the Noxus map. I keep saying it yet again. But excited personally to see how lanes pan out. I think top lane will be a snooze fest. More action will probably come from mid or bot, and also from the junglers, because where they choose to gank in the first early game could mean a lot for these two teams as well.
Yeah, and like the LeBlanc against the Zoe, he can do a lot against him. Roberto gets some priority for himself. You can see again a little bit of a parallel across the river. The Rel's gonna go again deep. He did this last time as well. Goes and puts a ward, goes instantly backs, gets a sweeper for himself. He's gonna be following the same pattern yet again. You can see Zoe and Hecarim are here towards the side of the upper side of the rift, and you can see Rakan sneaked into that bush over there, but LeBlanc, I'm pretty sure, is pretty aware that he's sitting right there, just keeping an eye out for anything that can come of him. Let's talk a bit about the runes that are coming in. Kaka has the Guardian as well. Hecarim has the Conquer for exchange. But hold that thought. Adobo is going in for a bit of a late invade over here. LeBlanc has to start the W to get out of the tricky situation. So that's what they have forced out over there, and they get a
I think the W is a standard start for the LeBlanc. Anyways, they just want to get a ward to start to identify the pathing, and they are successful. They get a ward under the blue buff that lets them know where the Wukong start is. Now Wukong also has opted in without a pot. Like, he decided to not buy it to save up gold maybe for his first item. I think he is healthy enough to make those plays happen. You will see the same thing happen. LeBlanc will W the wave. Zoe will end up doing some poke. They will poke return. So again, standard sort of expectations from both of the mid laners right here. But the bot lane, I think, Madness is where a lot of excitement will happen. We've seen Rakan and Rel, two champions that can engage really well. And if they do get to pick people out, it'll be quite fun. Both the ADC do have a dash, so they should be fine, all things considered. But I have a feeling we'll see a little slower start than what we used to, because these champions do want to just farm up in their early games and not really want to fight a lot. Never mind that. LeBlanc decides to go for a good trade and gets a lot back in return. So Zoe does get some damage back as well.
The level 2 engaged by the side of Sinigang on the bot side. They'll get quite a bit of damage with their advantage. Skorky's taking a lot of poke over here.
Oh my God.
He is being chunked down to the 100 HP mark as well, and they're going to be playing off their Demolish proc from the side of the Rel. So nice start for the bot side of Sinigang right now, especially with the way the lane goes. Nakorki has to be popping his health pot while Ezreal's still pretty healthy. In the meantime, the mid lane is still equal in terms of CS numbers, but Zoe has popped one more health pot into LeBlanc. LeBlanc goes forward. The chains do not connect. Zoe calmly gets out of that situation. The top side, as we did talk about in the beginning, a bit of a snooze. There's not much can be done over here. Just going to be equal.
Yeah, the Vladimir can't do much with the Maokai as well. So Maokai is also happy in this lane because, whatever damage or output is there, he can just heal it up. So it's good for the Maokai too, just that one becomes a tank and one becomes a late game EP monster. So I would probably have the Vladimir on my team if I have to play the late game. But a great amount of trades, man. Mirmo on that Ezreal has looked unstoppable. I do feel it is an error to give the champion Ezreal, give that player Ezreal right here. And I think mid lane also a lot of trades coming back, and the passive does get blown by the Zoe right here. So really well played there. Actually getting the passive blown does mean less agency with the LeBlanc right here. Meanwhile, the junglers are just jungling equal CS on each side. They both are respecting each other and just doing on the other side of the jungle. And a little bit of trades coming out, and he flashes.
The flash forward by the Maokai. He does push him back. The Hecarim is coming as well. Forces a flash out of the Vladimir. I think the Vladimir was okay no matter what goes on. On the bot side, more trades going down. Corki is going very, very low. Ignite ticking away. One more auto on him. The barrier gets popped, but the first blood gets picked up by the Rel at the end of the day. A lot of summoners being burned on the bot side. Results in Sinigang's support. Rox TV picking up the first blood for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I would credit that a lot to Mirmo, specifically in that early trade. He got the Corki so low that a gank was actually a possibility. And great sort of attempt right here. I mean, Corky did try to bait out with the barrier, but that was just not enough. The damage output was just so high right here. So really well played there. They get the kill onto the rail, which is not ideal, but still it's a very strong testimony because the wave gets pushed out right here. And they do end up getting in trouble. And now Maokai, this is going to be a story of his life. He will try to root the Vladimir, and Vladimir will end up using this. But he has to be careful because sometimes he might just end up baiting his pool, and then the Hecarim would just come and make his case a bit difficult. So we'll have to wait and see how
Especially now that he's flashless as well, right? So that puts him in a more precarious situation. Maokai has backed, will be TPing to the top side. You can see the Rel has already started going for his roams at below the 5-minute mark. They're trying to set up maybe something in the mid lane, but Zoe's not even close by. He's choosing to walk to lane, doesn't have the TP in his arsenal, has the Ignite, had more kill potential as well. LeBlanc on the first back gets the Dark Seal, trying to snowball herself, and leaves the Ezreal alone in the bot. If he gets caught out, it could be a bit deadly if he uses his Arcane Shift forward for any kind of trades, but he's also being smart about it, taking the passive route. And yeah, I think it's a bit of a mistake to give the ADC of Sinigang that Ezreal. It's a lot. The route, the chain does land. The Rel with the Hextech flash forward forces the flash out of the Zoe once that stun was coming in from the lands of the Rel. Summoner's getting exchanged yet again, but it's a Hextech flash for an actual flash of the Zoe. So all the points for the side of Sinigang, and now pings coming in towards the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, this is actually a very patient game coming on the side of... Oh, the Drowsy Bubble does land. But
does land. The Q was not up at that point, but look who comes. Here's the Wukong. Mind you, Zoe does not have flash to get out of this scenario. Rel is also close by, but the Hecarim pushes him away just in time. Excellent hover from Devoured over there on the Hecarim pick, prevents his mid laner from falling down, and he gets to live to fight another day.
This would have been really bad right here for Adobo. Thankfully, the Hecarim is there in the nick of time. This does make sure that now he is able to play on to the grubs as well. He gets 3 for himself. Wukong very aptly decides to go for the dragon as well. Ignite ends up getting used. Zoe is summonerless at this point. She has to be very careful. All that advantage was built up in the early game is sort of not going to go for naught because of Rel's rotations, and kudos to Rel for actually doing that. He gets the first blood and gets the flash in the mid lane, allows that pressure to be created, and now gives them the dragon for themselves. The first Drake does end up going on the side of Sinigang, so trade of objectives, not bad. It does, however, allow the Corki to just get a bit of farm, and also allows Azevet on the Rakan to just get a bit of EXP as well. So they, so far sort of stabilizes the bot lane, which was in a bit of advantage situation. Top lane, I think, is just going to be...
Top lane's an island where everyone's just happy farming at this point. Nothing else is happening over there. The Hecarim's gone pretty deep into the jungle of Sinigang. Will be taking away the red buff away from the Wukong, while Wukong's in the bottom of the jungle. So nice advantage being picked up by Devoured over there. Hasn't had any kind of impact. And this is what the story of the top lane. The Maokai goes in, but look at this. Who's come as backline? You don't have a pool. You don't have a flash. Where are you going to go, Mr. Vladimir? Straight to the gray screen you're going to go. Brilliant. At the end of the day, nice coming in from Devoured. He picks up the first kill of Adobo's side for himself and allows Maokai to get the upper hand in the top side right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe's going to be in trouble
over here. Zoe's in trouble. Doesn't have her own flash. Has been caught between a rock and a hard place. It's just a matter of time who gets the kill. It's going to be the Wukong that ends up picking that up for himself. And now it's 2-1 in favor of Sinigang. They're 1 kill away from the feats of warfare.
See, they both get a trade in the mid lane as well. I think the Zoe dying there is a little bit worse because you don't want the LeBlanc to start snowballing. Unfortunately for Sinigang, the kill goes over to the Wukong. The Wukong was finding himself quite behind in farm because the Hecarim was doing a really good job pathing. The moment he finished his grubs, he went to the red side and stole the red as well. Meanwhile, his own red is up right here, so he will be in a significant farm advantage. But now, because of the kill in the mid lane, LeBlanc is going to be at an advantage as well. So now Zoe has to play very passively too in this lane. And again, I'm loving it. It's a close game. Trades are happening on each side. And I think more than game 1, this is looking like an even closer game than the one we just saw a minute back, last game. And I feel like, you know, Hecarim is doing well, but the rest of Adobo needs to step up a little bit as well. Corki and Zoe need to make less mistakes and not get caught out right here. So let's see what happens. They still should be fine for the most part, but in the mid lane,
look at here comes the Rel in. There comes, it's just a rinse and repeat. Zoe doesn't have much he can do. Here comes the Ezreal ult as well, but enough spacing allows him to get out of any kind of harm's way. He does have to. He just no, he didn't use teleport, right?
He used teleport to get into lane just like a minute or two back, and now he has to use it again. The Zoe. I mean, like, he's He's gonna miss out on so much CS again, and this just puts him back so behind. Why is he like a little bit of mistake coming off the mid lane? He's playing too aggressive. She's playing too aggressive, and giving another couple of platings and farm priority over to the LeBlanc, who is now a level ahead, is not looking good. Meanwhile, bot side could see a fight happen. Oh, he does end up
He's
missing
taking
his
quite a
ability.
bit of damage over there from the Ezreal. And look, in the meantime, the mid fight breaking out. The Wukong ultimate does connect, but here comes the Devour's ultimate instead. And now it's in the back foot for Sinigang. The Rel's trying to run away. The Wukong ends up giving up his life. So now it's 2-2 in that skill. The next kill from either team will give the feats of warfare.
This is again a little bit of a mistake coming out from Sinigang. They were playing quite well, but to give that kill off, that too to the Zoe who was struggling, suddenly she's like gonna be fine in the game again. She's no longer that behind anymore. So all of that disadvantage that she had to suffer in the last 3 minutes just goes for naught because of an extended trade that was not at all required. And I feel like this is such a close game. You know, it's a testament in the farm as well. It's a 200 gold deficit, which doesn't amount for much, but a lot of damage from the Maokai. In fact, he is in a great spot in this lane. Even though he's behind on CS, he definitely has push priority, and Vladimir is doing a really good job in trying to CS right here. Obviously, he's going for his first item, post which he'll be in a much better spot to trade right here. But Maokai is just happy. Campo has no issue trading against Vladimir. And we are in a great game right now. Level 6 has not yet been attained on both the supports, and Hecarim is going in for his next 3 Void Grubs, and you have PP Monster and Rakan trying to do what they can. You also have the Corki. It's a 5-man rotation coming from the side of
LeBlanc jumps
right
in forward, but the flash from the Corki is enough after the change did land over there. The Hecarim does pick up 2 of the 3 guns. The Maokai ultimate comes in as well. You can see from that side comes over the Vladimir. He's doing a bunch of damage. But look at the low HP bars of Sinigang. They're blinking right now in the pit. You can see fight breaking out. Who gets the grub? It's gonna be Hecarim who picks up the 5th grub for himself, and you leave the Vladimir who has to flash out of the pit. No kills actually being transferred over. A lot of summoners being burned. Now Zoe has to be on the back foot, but at the end of the day, it's 6 grubs being picked up for the side of Adobo. They get all 6 grubs in their pocket. They're only 1 jungle objective away from getting that part of the feats of strength.
I can't
towards their
believe
name.
nobody died in that team fight,
Yeah, I know, right?
because it looked so close, and I'm like, okay, you know what's going to happen. Zoe did get a great amount of brood, but just not enough damage to kill anybody off. She definitely is far behind on her items as well. Sword boots aren't even completed. I'm not sure. She's went for a dark seed. She's trying to go for a bit more damage, but man, Mirmo, this is the guy you have to watch out for. If there is one carry in the gang of Sinigang who you can rely on to really carry them, it's going to be this Ezreal right here, and I do feel this is his time to shine. Let's see what happens.
Oh, but I think a bit of a trap is being set up over. Devour's coming in pretty fast. They're trying to go for the ADC, but he had very smartly positioned himself towards the other side of the bush. Not much can be done from him. Even the Wukong was hovering, and this gives them priority towards the Drake side, which they have started right now for the side of the Wukong. The LeBlanc is over here. It seems like all members of Adobo are going towards the top instead. They're trying to go get some of the camps that might, suffocate a bit of the Wukong for his priority over here. Now it looks like the Zoe's left alone here at the turret side. She's being surrounded right now by the Rel. He's gonna go in, but things better over given the low HP bars of the LeBlanc. Maybe the dive not possible. The Zoe even taunting a bit over there. So not much comes of it. The Drake does get picked up, but Devoured in the meantime does pick a lot of the jungle camps of Sinigang's top side.
Yeah, Zoe's going to die right here. The only question is what do they get in return? Because there is a couple of waves. She's just choosing to back right here. Here comes the gank. And
the gank does the land. She's using fancy feet to try and get out of it. And it's the LeBlanc, but she gets executed instead. And this allows Sinigangs to get the feats of warfare from the first 3 kills of the game at the end of the day. So that works out for them. And not much is being picked up by Adobo instead. So very well played from Sinigang. And that's their macro coming into play. That did was a plus point at least in the previous game as well.
Yeah, so Adobo basically got a lot of priority on Hecarim as a result. Look at the CS disparity in the jungle. That's a 40 CS lead right here, right? So it does mean that they're trading the Zoe for like some priority on the Hecarim. We'll have to wait and see how that develops. Because the Hecarim does have his first item complete, but then so does the Wukong, right, at this point. So in terms of items, they're pretty much even at this point. And now I have wait to see what happens. The Hecarim is playing a little bit too aggressive, I have to say, but He's
But
just
he does have
completely
backup
counter jungle.
over
Yeah,
there.
he's
He's
completely
completely
jungle
counter
as well.
jungler. He's trying to get this blue buff, does smite it away, and Sinigang just can just watch their blue buff just being taken away from them. He does have nice team coordination. They did come for the backup over there. And look at this trading of wards over here. They're not even hitting each other, just the wards instead. Clear that away from themselves. And then if Sinigang does get the next jungle objectives, that will complete the entire feats of strength for themselves. So that's what they'll be looking for. Especially the Rift Herald spawning up in the top side pretty soon. The top, a bit of trades going on. Mappa is low on mana, can't do much over there. Yeah, it's still not going to be there. He does go in, but the pool of the Sanguine pool does get activated by Vladimir. He's going to back away.
Yeah,
Not much
he
can
has
be
to.
done over there.
I mean, nobody can kill each other in any of those lanes. Hecarim could be in trouble.
Look at
That's going
this.
to be a
It
stun.
might be the LeBlanc going out. She does have a passive proc. The ult from Devoured, not enough to catch him off. Rox TV is bringing the backup, but it might go down instead, and he does go down at the end of the day. So to protect his mid laner, the support does end up giving his life, and now the LeBlanc has to be on the back foot. Wukong can't walk up mostly over here. Looks like a siege. It will be done over here. Wukong has to be protecting the way that his Ezreal that is.
They have 6
there
gloves.
over
They
there.
can take the tower.
They
They
do have
want to
6
move on
grabs,
his
but
ultimate.
Wukong's going in. The ultimate gets popped up as well. You can see the TP coming from the LeBlanc who had just backed over there. The Zoe ends up going down. The Corki does not have any mana. Does have the flash, does have the barrier, ends up burning both of them, but the flash forward by the Ezreal gets himself a double kill. And now it looks like Singang's a bit in drive. See, only 200 gold up at the end of the day over there, but they have put on the pressure, especially when it looked like the Adobo was getting the first turret. But it looks like now Sinigang will answer with their own first turret for themselves. And they do secure that, they get the feats of strength.
You can look at the replay, right? This was just an overextension for no reason. A great teleport from LeBlanc, make sure they gets the kill. And look at Mirmo, right? He is bloodthirsty for those kills. Just, dashes in, gets the flash and gets the kill as well. And the mid and ADC of Adobo are struggling, to be very honest. I think the top is doing really well, all things considered. The jungle is like really far ahead. But then you have Mirmo, that ADC doing really well too on the side of Sinigang, right? So again, certain players are ahead in certain teams, and it really depends on how and who can create more impact in these team fights. I do feel the Hecarim is going to be an absolute monster. He decides to go in. I'm not sure why. He does look to ultimate as well, but where's the follow-up?
Ultimate as well, but yeah, but here comes the Maokai ultimate. It doesn't cast that many. The Wukong clones, the only one that gets caught up over there, and the Rift was not even secured. So I don't think that play was necessary from the side of Adobo. The Rift was very low, around 20% HP. They could have maybe ended up finishing that off before they'd look for any kind of engage. And who are you trying to engage on is the Ezreal, who's going to Arcane Shift away, has so much to actually disengage from his side, with the Rel being there, with the Wukong clone, with the LOLYT being there. So I don't think this was the best play Adobo could have made in that scenario.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misplay coming out right there from Devoured. He was playing really well. He had the Herald. He really wanted the kill, but without ultimates, and now Wukong's ultimate is back up. So they are in a disadvantage. The Herald will have to be given. Man, this is a close game, but I do feel Sinigang is edging out on top. Revenga gets the Dragon, gets the Herald rather for himself. And in terms of objectives, also they're looking far ahead. But the mid lane and the ADC of Adobo are struggling a bit right here, and they might have a bit of a difficult game right on their hands, because unless they get a great team fight now, if they use a Herald, get a good team fight for themselves, Sinigang might just run away with this game. They're very close to getting there, but they're not yet there. But it's still a hanging out by nails thread, but it's a very close game. But Sinigang have that little momentum going with the Herald as well, and let's see how that pans out, because the third dragon is about to spawn as well, Madness, and this is going to be Dragon Soul point for Sinigang if they choose to get it, and this is what they should be opting in for, because there's no teleport on both the top laners. But let's see what happens next.
And they're walking forward over here. 2 members of Adobo being caught out essentially over, right? And now Hecarim's gone so low. He's going to end up going down. Nice shutdown goal being picked up by the Ezreal. Rakan has to get to the safety of Zoe just to get out of that fight. And that's a lot of gold being funneled onto the Ezreal, especially how far ahead the Hecarim was at that point. And it also results in the third Drake being picked up by Sinigang, as you said, going to be on the Cloud Drake, on the Chemtech Soul point right now. But in the meantime, the Corki is being caught out over here, and he has nowhere to run essentially. He doesn't have anything. He had burned his summoners in the previous fight. His barrier does come back up, but it's not enough. Mirmo's on a rampage. This Ezreal, the man we said he has to watch out for, is doing a lot of damage. Sinigang ends up picking up the Chemtech Drake, 3 Drakes to their name, to the 0 of Adobo. Adobo in a very tight spot right now.
Yeah, like I told you, this is going to happen. They're hanging on by nails thread, but it's going to take one great team fight for Senegal to run over with the game, and they've done that. Like, look at the goal lead right now. It's gonna just prop up to 3,500 just after the target's taken. And just, man, this Ezreal is playing so darn well at this point, and you know they're trying to catch him. He's not dying, and he's there for the right pickups as well. And this just makes their life a lot harder. It's not the end of the world, but they are definitely at a disadvantage right here. 401, you know, Mimo is just playing like a monster on that Ezreal, making sure he has all the right picks for his team right here. And even though the Hecarim is farming up really well, that pick off right there before Dragon really hurt the chances to do much. And alone by himself as well, he really can't do much. He needs the Zoe and the Corki to give a lot of damage back, Madness, but they're not able to do so. Never mind, the fight cover.
But look at this fight breaking out over here. You can see that the Rel's gone very low, ends up going down in that fight with the Hecarim, was taking the red buff, gets the red buff, even gets the kill onto the Rel. So now it looks like this is the kind of place that Adobo can go from. They have, you know, suffocated the Wukong quite a bit. Maokai being forced to TP to the bot side, break the turret over there from the siege of the LeBlanc, who was pushing that up. But yeah, in terms of gold, Sinigang around 1k gold up right now, especially after this. The sleep does land on the Wukong. A lot of damage being poured onto him. The Rakan's here as well. Wukong is being forced to flash, being forced to word will out. The flash R from the Corki secures the kill on the Monkey King, and that is the first kill that Yamada has done very well over there. And now it's looking like a bit of a turning point for Adobo. They are now matching it up, and now
they wanted to attack us.
On the top side, especially with the jungler down. This is a prime spot for them.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a close fight.
Devour's going in over here. The Sanguine Blood being forced to be burnt right now. Even the Vladimir has to flash away. A lot being wasted on the Vladimir. He's not even going to go down right here. He does survive, but now the flash forward by the Zoe does pick up the kill over there. But they force the life of the Corki instead, and this prevents any of the attackers. Nice ultimate from the Ezreal from downtown. Picks up the kill onto the Zoe. It's a double kill for him. And now it looks like Devour is the next on the chopping block. A triple kill for Mirmo. This man is the one you have to watch out for. As you said, one of the guys you have to watch out for. This is a big, you know, blunder in the draft. Adobo not banning out the Ezreal from this match.
It's just very questionable engages, right? They've put everything to kill the Vladimir. The Vladimir was very smart to use his pool to prevent a lot of that damage. They wasted everything, and on the other side you had the LeBlanc just mercilessly killing them, and all this the Ezreal was remaining untouched. And this is another very grave error. The choices of team fights that Devoured is taking are very questionable, so to speak, and Sinigang are capitalizing on these mistakes that Adobo is making right here. And dare I say it, the Kaka buff going back to them. Look at the team fight, chasing so hard after the Vladimir.
So hard.
It takes them everything to die. Meanwhile, on the bot side, LeBlanc teleports in as well. Ezreal is happily killing the Corki on the other side as well. And they also kill the Maokai. And then the Ezreal keeps fighting off on the bot side, gets another kill on the Hecarim too. Like, he's a man on a mission, just doing so much amount of damage. And now I would say definitely the things are going very heavily in favor of Sinigang, because they are at Dragon Soul. They got Atakan as well. And they are just looking unstoppable with this 701 Ezreal, who is massively fed in this game.
Yeah, now it looks like the Rakan has just walked up quite a bit. He's getting caught out, has to, you know, run away to safety. But yes, the Ezreal is fed. There's a lot of damage, and Sinigang have the false life in their pocket as well. They can do a lot with it. 701, 179 CS, 650 gold bounty on this man's head. Already has a Trinity completed, has the Muramana as well in his pocket. And now pings coming onto the Maokai on the bot side. Even if Devour goes against this Vladimir, not much he can do, because even if he does get the kill, it's just a false life at the end of the day. Yeah, but even if he does, he's just wasting so much time over there, and it's just a false life of Vladimir he's claiming instead. If that chain had landed, that would have been the death of the Zoe, especially with the ultimate of the Ezreal coming down from the side. And now it looks like they're going to end up giving the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Not much can be done. Rakan getting caught out yet again. Siege comes in. The chains do connect this time onto the Corki. Corki going so low. The flash forward by the Rel, and the kill secured by the LeBlanc. They get the tier 2. They get a kill in their pocket. But they're going forward to the side of Adobo. They're not going to get much except for the false life. I don't think they want this smoke that Sinigang is dishing out, and they have to fall back. In the meantime, one turret gets picked up. They do knock back the LeBlanc back to her base, but they might end up losing more for that, more than they bargained for. The Rakan is very low. One more Q from the Ezreal will secure his death, and that's exactly what happens. Mirmo gets another kill for himself. Maokai has TP'd behind lines, but what can you achieve? You get something, but it's just going to be a false life instead. The bubble connects. Ezreal has been sent back to his own base, and now the fights are breaking out between the Maokai, the Rel, and the Wukong. The Zoe is doing a lot from across the side. He burns the Ignite as well, and now is doing a lot of damage to the Maokai instead. The LeBlanc ends up getting the kill, and the Zoe might end up going down. He does go down. A double kill for the LeBlanc. What are you doing, Adobo? You're not getting any kills in return. Instead, you're just giving up your own life.
This is just really poor macro play coming out from Dovo, right? They're fighting as if they'll get all these kills just to blow away the Taka false life right there, but it doesn't do anything. They're happy to go back, but all their ults are blown. They're falling even further behind. It's a 6-15 death deficit. LeBlanc is ahead as well. This Zoe, honestly,
this gives Cloud Soul towards Cinegang.
yeah, and this is over. I feel like Adobo had an opportunity to make things happen. Their engages weren't good. Their choices of engages were, in fact, very questionable because before Herald, they chose to go on the Ezreal who survived and they blew everything there. They couldn't get the Herald. They went over to Silican who used to snowball further. Again, when Atakan came, they chose the ultimate to go after the Vlad who very, very properly timed his pool, Sanguine pool in time so that he doesn't die right there. Thanks so much damage.
Yet again here onto the Ezreal. Arcane shifts away, has to flash away as well. They really want the shutdown bounty that they can claim onto him. Ezreal doesn't have anything to get. They do get it. It goes into the hands of the Hecarim, and they will also be getting the Rel as well. So finally, Adobo going through the correct plays over here. That means that they can even get the Baron. There are a lot of pings going out towards that side. They have the members up. The Maokai doesn't have TP for the fight, but the LeBlanc is now back in, trying to maybe create some pressure. But yeah, I don't think Cinegang can challenge this at all. Adobo is doing the Baron yet very slowly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, finally they got a great engage off. It took them like 25 minutes in the game to get the Ezreal.
Oh, but the TP coming in from the LeBlanc.
Yeah,
they have not back. They're going in. The Corgi is down before the fight essentially even begins over there. They're going into the Wukong, who is just spinning away to victory. He's not being touched right now. The Zoe has to flash forward to get the kill onto the Monkey King. Does secure that. And at the end of the day, it's just a 1-for-1 after what kind of success they had in the mid side. And might not even be that. It's a 2-for-1. Well played by the mid laner of Cinegang. LeBlanc showing her fancy feet, gets another kill for himself. And it doesn't look like she's done, teasing it quite a bit. And the Baron push has completely stopped. And the tier 2 is also being pressured by the Black.
That so well right there, because if he didn't kill the Zoe and escape, that was just completely annihilating that as well. They should not have gone for ban without the Maokai being there as well, because they still have a lot of damage, and I think Exosen's plays there really helped them get the better of it. Finally, they got a shutdown, but they didn't spend that gold for the shutdown. They just went for Baron. The momentum was there, but it was just not enough. And at this point, Cinegang is just too far ahead. Like, they have the right amount of damage. They have the right kills in the main carries, who are bringing a lot more than they can do. Just LeBlanc is also playing like a beast right now. So not only is Mirmo playing out of his mind, you also have a LeBlanc that you have to now be very careful of, who can just one-shot the Zoe out of blue from nowhere else you can see at this point, right? And Hecarim, yeah, he's like the sole carry right now of Devour. There's nobody else out there who's outputting as much damage as he is right now. Like the Corki and the Zoe are all bit a little weak right now, so they can't do much. And again, this is looking a little difficult for PP Monster. He might be in trouble. Like LeBlanc is there. Mine should be okay. That was a very good observer right there. It almost made us feel that something ought to happen. LeBlanc decided to not go for that right there. See, the right engage, when the right engage happens, they can get kills. But it's very hard for like them to do that over and over again, I feel. And this is where even Miribu is going to make realize that, you know what, it's not worth for me to like stand alone and go a little far ahead. So 5,000 or 4,000 goal lead going in the side of Cinegang right here. They are in a great spot with the Chemtech Dragon Soul as well. And now the game is a bit difficult for Adobo. Can they make something happen? We don't really know. See, the AD carries have around 2.5-3 items at this point for at least Amada. So there is a bit of damage out.
Here comes Devour, but here comes LeBlanc from the side. Rakan ultimate beautifully played over there, but he's not catching any crew member. Rel is going to be forced to flash out, but here comes the Maokai. The Ezreal gets a shutdown onto the Hecarim, but there's not enough damage coming to the side of Adobo right now. Just look at the Qs from the Ezreal. LeBlanc and Wukong getting a kill each over here, and other members of Adobo are scattered across The last surviving member being the Maokai, he falls down. The death timers are pretty significant. This is looking like a GG right now here, Bishi.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, valid attempt at this point. They were just a bit far behind, as well as Devour tried right here. I think some of the initial mishaps and engages really made their life a little bit difficult. But what this does mean is Senegang make the lower bracket run right here. They were the first team to go to the lower bracket, and they have made their way onto the continent and have now reached the finals with a very convincing victory against their counterparts, their Filipino counterparts. Team Senegang are your winners of this match. As menacing as this team is, the ADC is looking like a beast right now. I think we have a very exciting finale up our hands right now, Madness, because this team is come to a fight right here.
Yeah, absolutely. A dream run for Senegang all the way, as you said, from lower bracket round 1 all the way to the grand finals. And who are they facing? They're facing, we are back, the team that knocked them down. So this is complete revenge story for the side of Senegang. And the way they're playing, they're not showing that much weakness that they did in the previous game. Over here, they just show their complete prowess and complete domination from their side. Let's look a bit at the facts of the matchup over here. By the end of it, almost a 8k goal lead in the favor of Senegang. 8 towers to the 2 of Adobo. Only jungle objective that Adobo did manage to get was the 6 point grubs, but they end up trading that essentially for Senegang, reaching the soul drake so much faster, and that being the Chemtech drake, not the best of drakes, but still does so much. Past the 15-minute mark, Senegang just blows the goal lead out of the water essentially, and they don't even need the Baron to end it over there with that last team fight just not going at all in Adobo's favor. They're the ones that started the fight with the engage from Devour, but they just could not complete it. The Maokai TP is there at the end of the day, but his ultimate was not there. The damage was not there from Adobo, and the LeBlanc Ezreal combo just did so much for the side of Senegang.
Yeah, this was a ticking time bomb on the side of Adobo because they knew Senegang's Vladimir was getting a lot of damage. The LeBlanc, honestly, Exosan really well played from him as well. He really brought out that LeBlanc and made so many important picks that allowed them to enter the game. This was a very close game up until it wasn't, and I think that's exactly to give a lot of credit right there for Mimo and for Exosen right here to make those carry potential plays happen. And man, Senegang looked like a very strong team. Like we were questioning every team's strength right here as well. You remember, if you got knocked out of the best team, that doesn't mean you're a bad team. Like, this potentially does prove that Senegang was the second best team in the Battle of SEA right here. Now is an opportunity for revenge, but I do have to credit a lot of the team. I think everyone played this really well. Everyone looked like a strong game of 5, and as you look into the highlights of the game as well, you can see how well some of these players are playing individually as well, right? In the top lane, of course, the Vladimir was getting poked at a lot, so it was a good start on the side of Adobo. They got a couple of kills, but I think this is where things were looking very even Stevens, because the Hecarim, whenever he was making plays, he was getting kills, but his team was never really there to follow up as well. I think the Zoe as well as the Corki just did not do much in the early game, and I think they fell behind quite a bit because of their overextension right here as well. Overextended after LeBlanc TP as well. These are 2-3 free kills being gifted to the Ezreal, and at this point in time, you don't need to do that, right? These are very crucial mistakes, and this was also one very big one where they just jumped after the Vladimir so hard to try to kill him. They barely were able to do so. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the Corki is dying as well, and the Maokai is also in trouble. So again, they just ended up dying, and it did not work out for them. And then Ezreal kept getting kills after kills after kills. They lost their hell right here. A bit of a macro misplay, very honestly speaking, from both of these team fights. And I think this is where the game really went out of hand. And macro mistakes out of nowhere, dude. Like, just go ahead.
Yeah, this with the false live up, you're just going for it, just makes no sense. You even burn the Maokai TP to go in for a final lang, but what ends up happening is LeBlanc even gets 2 kills for herself, gets out completely scot-free at the end of the day. Yeah, but I think, this is the last fight that goes in. Devour is the one who goes for it. And nice Rakan ultimate at the end of the day. He does get a lot of CC on, but Exion just goes against on that side of the wall. They're just putting a lot of damage on the Rel. In the meantime, the Ezreal is completely untouched, nothing much being done to him, and just look at the damage from the WQs of him, the damage being put down. Then LeBlanc just goes for the finish of the kills, and it's even being separated in terms of fights. One that side of the blue pit, and one this side. It's just a lot mistakes. I think it just kept on falling down for the side of Adobo since that fight with the Vladimir in the top side. I think that's where the dominance started falling for that team.
Yeah, and the Vladimir was allowed to scale. Vladimir was allowed to scale, and then in the last team fight, a lot of what the zoning was done by Vladimir as well. And this was a composition that Senegang honestly did not give out any deficits in the early game, even though the Hecarim was getting ahead. So kudos to them. They have made their way to the finals, and now the grand finals are up for grabs. On the other side of the break is going to be the grand finals between We Are Back versus Senegang. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Watch this. Such senseless chaos, Jinx. I hardly felt a thing. Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on.
It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus. The wrath of Bamadana.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on. Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Oh, it is so on.
It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus. The wrath of Abaddon.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle of SCA. Now we have reached the grand finals between Sinigang from Philippines and we are back from Singapore, Malaysia. And my God, we are going to have such an exciting finale, madness, because we've seen Sinigang's journey coming from all the way to the lower bracket, and now they are facing the team that put them there, and they rise to the top. What are your thoughts as we head into the finals?
This is definitely gonna be a battle because yes, as you said, we are back as the team that knocks Sinigang all the way down in round one, and Sinigang has fought their way to come back for a matchup over there. So I cannot wait to see what they bring out. And it's a best of three series, guys. It's the grand final, so I'm expecting as Bishi as well that it's gonna go all three ways. This is a we are back lineup. We haven't seen much of them yet. And now Sinigang, right? This is the team that we have watched quite a bit. Kaigu, Exo, Miramu, Rockstevie, and Revenga in the jungle. And Miramu and Exo put on a show in the last game, especially Miramu on this Ezreal. And I think we're all expecting maybe an Ezreal ban, especially if the other team were watching the match.
Yeah, I mean, this was a hard and fought victory for Sinigang because look at where they were, right? They lost the first game to We Are Back and then fought all the way in the lower bracket, beat out the Indian team BIRYANI, beat out Corporate Slave from Indonesia, beat out the Thailand team and the Filipino team. They have literally beaten every region on the way to the finals, okay? And now they have the last region, the Singapore Malaysian behemoths in We Are Back as they look to become up. Meanwhile, We Are Back had a great upper bracket run. They beat up Hikao in the first game as well, and they also end up beating Sinigang as well as Adobo. So they've already beaten both the Filipino teams and the Thailand team as well. Now they are in for a rematch with their lower bracket counterpart Sinigang right here. And I think Sinigang are looking for revenge in this game. I think we are going to have a banger of a finals madness because these two teams definitely look like they have been proven to be the two strongest teams in the Battle of SCA.
Yeah, definitely they're improving it over there. And Sinigang with a very dominating performance against Adobo, right? Adobo did make a couple of mistakes all around the board, which the small mistakes led up to their defeat. But Sinigang definitely capitalized on everything that was given to them, and they show you their prowess on the Rift completely, especially that Ezreal and LeBlanc plays that were being made, completely well played. And Rockstevie also had very good roams early on as well, did burn the Zoe flash in the mid lane, so very well played rel from his side as well. So that team looking good. As you said, the Vladimir good insurance for the late game, so they draft also very well, they play really well, very cohesive unit that they're bringing out over here. And it's, as you said, going to be a banger of a match against We Are Back, and they are looking for blood against the team that knocked them down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do feel that at this point in time, We Are Back are watching all these matches. They are seeing how well Mirmo is playing on that Ezreal. I do feel that in terms of draft, we might see something very interesting come out from We Are Back, because what Sinigang has shown so far in the tournament is they will draft very conventional picks that are composition is not hard to execute, and then they will play them very well. And this has been a great formula for them because up until now they have got victories in all their matches. It's not they had explosive early game starts in the last 2 games, but they always kept their cool and the carries got ahead when it mattered for them. So I think that's going to be a great sort of situation. I expect them to do the same as well in their finals, because this is the toughest team in the tournament so far, the only unbeaten team in this tournament, and for them you need to draft your best pickup side here. I do want to see how good We Are Back is, because we have now seen the lower bracket journey, but we have not seen much of We Are Back and how well they have played. But again, this is going to be one of the strongest teams. This is definitely the strongest team in the tournament as well. So looking forward to seeing how good they really are, and if Sinigang have learned from their low bracket runs, because honestly the amount of games that they have played, the amount of teams they have played as well, maybe the synergy is back on track. And this is also something that happens in the low bracket runs, like teams do develop a lot of resilience in terms of how well they play, and they're able to have that confidence knowing that they've won the last 3 to 4 matches and are looking for that revenge right here. So I'm quite excited. I definitely can't wait to jump into draft right here, Madness. But do you think it's going to be close, or do you feel like We Are Back are just very strong and it's still that they are going to be favorites as we head into this grand finals?
See, as you said, we haven't seen that much of We Are Back up till this point, but yeah, I still think it's going to be a close matchup. I think even how Sinigang's been playing, they've been on their, on their toes, and they've been, blowing past the competition. So it's honestly the battle of the two titans right now, at least in this competition. So it's gonna be a really good game. Can't wait to see what goes down. But yeah, guys, without any further ado, we will be heading straight into the draft. We cannot contain our excitement. It is the grand finals of the Battle of SEA. It is a best of 3, and it is a battle of the titans to see.
I am expecting an Ezreal first pick, Madness. I have to expect an Ezreal pick or ban here, because if you give that to Mirmo, then I just don't know what an answer they have to, because they are first pick, mind you. So We Are Back our blue side right now. Standard bans coming out, the Skarner, the Poppy as well. You also have the Victor, again banning out all the OPs in the meta right now. Still waiting to see what the first pick here is. Sinigang will be at a bit of a disadvantage in this game because they don't have first pick, but last game too they were on the red side and they just instantly picked Ezreal Wukong for themselves. I do feel they want a repeat of that as well. Again, the Aurora being banned out, very strong picks in the current meta. Jace as well, very strong picks. So I think the focus is still there. It's just the first pick that's really going to matter right now. Are they happy to give the Ezreal back to Mirmo is the big question here.
Yeah, that's going to be a question on everyone's mind, because I don't think you can. You're going to have to either first pick for yourself, but yeah, because you haven't banned it out and it's open right now. It's up to Sinigang. They're taking the time with their last ban right now to see what they want to go for. It's going to be the Kalista ban that's coming out. Maybe a bit of scouting from their side that can be going for, but it looks like We Are Back are locking in the Ambessa, Mel's mother, as their first pick. And now it's up to Sinigang. The Ezreal is completely open for them. It doesn't seem that We Are Back are afraid of this champion.
Yeah, I mean they locked in Ambessa, she's also very strong in the early game as well. And personally, I feel like that's one of those top tier picks in the top lane that you can pick, especially after Jace is being banned and Aurora is being banned as well. So Ambessa has a lot of strength in that early game, and I feel it's a very strong lane bully as well. On the other side, it's going to be the Ashe pickup, so definitely Sinigang don't want to opt for the Ezreal here, which does surprise me a little bit, considering how well Mirmo was playing on the Ezreal, but maybe they have a plan in case. I mean, I love the Ashe pick because it's utility and CC. At this point in time, you have damage, but you also have a great initiate from the ultimate. So I do like that. Renekton obviously does make sense right here. They want to pick it up before it gets banned out, because Renekton does do fairly well into the Ambessa lane as well. So I think that's a straight up sort of a neutralizer, I would say, in the side of Sinigang. So far so good. The Ashe pickup does surprise me a little bit, but I think let's wait and see how the draft develops. But now the 2 more picks, Madness, go over to We Are Back side. So let's see what they end up drafting. Misfortune, again, pretty darn good.
Very strong.
Ling, Wooly, Rel, again, taking that away from Rox TV, by the way. The last 2 games we saw, Rox TV picked up the Rel for himself. Now he has to play something else. Liking these picks coming out so far from We Are Back. Strong drafts, strong laners. Lot of agency in lane, at least in the top and the bottom lane. And Ezreal, don't think it's happening anymore, but what would the pick be, Madness, from EXO? Oh, the Galio.
He answers it for us, right? He gets the Galio for himself. It was banned out against him in the last 2 games, so maybe EXO is really good on this champion and he does go for a kind of roams. I remember in one game, The Ash was also banned out against Sinigang. That's when they ended up taking the Ezreal. So maybe Miramor is even more comfortable on this champion, especially with the kind of support Ross will be playing with. Now, yeah, second phase of banning has begun. The Corki has been neutralized from the side of Sinigang. They don't want to play that against the Galio, who will get poked a bit by that champion. And it looks like the Renata has been denied from the side of We Are Back for Sinigang. So now it's all up to see what the last two bans will be going into for before the second phase of banning does begin. Sinigang taking the time, taking a calm thought, but I just want to talk about that Rel Misfortune combo is huge over there for the side of We're Back. Works wonders with any kind of comp that you go for, especially with the kind of engages that go there. And it looks like an Azir ban coming in for Sinigang. So they're targeting the mid lane quite heavily, and the Braum ban makes sense from We're Back. Braum Ash are very good duo in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, both of these bans are very spot on, right? You want to ban out late game scalers like Azir against the Galio. You also want to ban out AD Corki mid against the Galio because it's a great counter. So, I mean, I respect both of these bans. The support bans make a lot of sense. You know, Ash Renata, very strong lane as well. Braum, of course, being a menace to the Rel. Right here, the Bard pickup is amazing. Rox TV bringing out the Bard for himself makes things extremely interesting. The way pickup also is quite good. A lot of long range champion, a lot of poke as well. Can keep his distance right here, so does do really well right here. But the jungle pick is the counter pick that is being given to Sinigang right here. So remember, this is going to be very important. They've gone for the J4 as a response primarily because a lot of these champs can dash away. I think the Ash or the Galio can't, but then a J4 into the Galio, I'm not sure how well that works out. The Z pickup, don't tell me the Z. We have no, don't bait me.
They can't.
That ain't happening. I don't think that's gonna happen. But Away does round off the composition decently well. There were other picks you would have gone for. I do feel a Yone here would have been good too, but deciding to go because they need some magic damage coming out from the composition, which makes sense. And on the other side, you have the Y to sort of dial in. They can still pick the Wukong right here as well. That just choosing to opt for the Y for the guaranteed stun right here with the Galio composition. I do feel this may be a good pickup, especially if you want to go after the Way as well. And it's a very good standard comp coming out from Sinigang yet again, except for the Bard. I think the Bard is a bit of the googly, I would say, in the draft of Sinigang right here. But on the side of We Are Back, strong laners, standard picks yet again. But man, we are so excited to watch this team play because they are coming from the winners bracket. They are undefeated, and we will get to know why exactly this team is so good, because this is a best of 3. There are 3 games potentially have to be played. And this all boils down to game 1 because Sinigang are here for revenge, aren't they, Madness? They need to get a victory in their hands against We Are Back.
Yeah, definitely we'll be looking for that kind of thing. It's up to see if We Are Back will complete the dream run of undefeatedness, or Sinigang will be making the dream run from the lower bracket just to face against the people who knocked them down to win it out over there. But yeah, talking about the draft, looking very strong from both teams essentially over here. As you said, the Bard a bit of a googly in that sense, a bit of a twist coming in the draft of Sinigang. But yeah, I really like We Are Back's draft also as well. They could have gone for AD Yone, but yes, as you said, would lack a bit of magic time. The Hui rounds it off pretty well. The mess on the top side will be looking to get some domination, but they're running a good counter, and you have to watch out for the MF Rel matchup you have in the bot side, right? They will be setting up fights. You have a lot of engage on We Are Back side, and if the MF is left untouched, it's going to be very hard for Sinigang to do anything in those team fights. And we love to see how Sinigang do have the cohesion of where they try to roam for. I really want to see how the macro plays out this time as well, and how good Exo is on this character that was banned against him quite a few times.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I think more than proactivity, it's about how people can play out the drafts really well. And I think just in terms of macro, Sinigang have shown that they are a smart team. They will rarely make any mistakes as we head into mid-game, and then the composition itself sort of speaks for them. But this is on the other side. I would say they have a very strong composition. Way does a lot of damage on his side as well. So this is not as straightforward anymore for Sinigang to sort of make those picks happen. I think this will now come down to execution more than anything else, and this is where I feel things are going to be a bit difficult for Sinigang because they are going to be in a situation where they need to make those plays happen, and can they, will they? That's the kind of questions we have to also ask from them, if they can pull that off. If they can, then great. If they can't, then that's just going to be a difficult situation for them. So we have to sort of plan that out. But this is the grand finals, guys. This is where things are where they are. This is where I would say Sinigang has to make or break it in this game. The Bard pick is going to be the big sort of question mark. I feel this is where, if the Bard can get the right rotations, like you said, and can also make pickoffs for his team through his ultimate, I think that's going to be a great sort of an opportunity, right? So interesting to see how Blair plays the Ambessa. I've heard a lot of things about Blair himself. I think he's going to be a great pickup. And Ash is a bit of a sitting duck right here. If Caspiel and Blair and Felia sort of go on to Mirmo right here, he might be in a bit of trouble. He does have his cleanse, mind you, for the Rel stun, but beyond that, I don't think there's a lot that she can do to save herself. And unlike an Ezreal who can arcade shift away, and an Ash is a little bit of an easier target. Of course, she brings utility to the team, which also helps them out. But Mirmo has been the carry of this team, and now he's playing a bit of a utility role, which obviously will have a lot of damage with the Ash, but takes a lot longer to ramp up. I think Ezreal is still a little bit of stronger solo carry pick in the meta, and then I think that's where the big difference is. I'm not sure how that Ash will work out. Maybe an Ezreal would have been great, but we'll find out. Obviously, they know the team better. They've figured out how to draft this composition. Maybe they had a difficult time against the Ezreal. The Misfortune is a lane bully as well. The Rel also will have a lot of agency in that early game. So I do expect the laners of We Are Back to have a strong start, especially in the top in the bot, because they will have a lot of lane prio, which will allow the J4 to get free reign onto Scuttle. And that's my assumptions, at least in terms of how this game will go. But I'm excited to see We Are Back play. They are the Davids versus Goliath. They are the Goliaths against the Davids at this point. Let's see what will happen. But you guys are watching the Battle of SCA. We are in the grand finals. The undefeated, We Are Back is playing against the low bracket finalists, and now in the grand finals, Senegang from Philippines, and I'm excited, Bandis. I think we are going to have a banger of finals. I would love for it to be close, and let's just see. I think for now, I'm also a little bit rooting for Senegang because we have seen them play so much, and they are the underdogs as you head into the grand finals.
Yeah, a bit of the underdog story, right? Completed that run. As you said, battled pretty much every single region that was in this tournament. Reached back here to fetch their arch nemesis in the form of We Are Back. Yeah, We Are Back, we haven't seen much from them, and we'll get to see right now, at least in this game, why they were so dominant as the number one basically seed going into the grand finals. They had a completely unbeaten run. No one actually ended up touching him that much. They knocked down Adobe, the previous opponents of Senegang. Senegang defeated them with quite a bit of ease, so I really want to see how it lines up with them, and looking really good in terms of comp wise, balanced out. And you said Ash with very less mobility. Mirmo has to be more aware of it than he was on the Ezreal. Doesn't have, as you said, the arcane shift to get out of tricky situations, and there's a lot of dive potential, engage potential on the side of We Are Back, so he has to be very, very scared and very, very cautious of how he's positioning himself. And as you said, this will probably be the first time they won't get prio in the bot side, right? So they have to see how they can play a bit from the back foot kind of edge from how their comp is. And Mirmo not going to be the complete carry this time, more of a utility supportive role as well as damage. So it's going to be a bit, see how well he adjusts to that kind of a role.
Yeah, so the thing is that proactivity is very important in this sort of a game, and I feel We Are Back might bring that a lot to the J4. Rebenga has shown that he is there for his team and it is required, but he's not the one in both the games that we've seen today. He was not really the one to make a lot of plays in the early game. It was always the enemy jungler who made a lot of proactive plays, and then eventually, as the gameplay slowed down due to their superior draft, like the poke comp or also like a little bit scaling comp, I think that's where they stood up. So I feel he needs to be a little bit more proactive in the early game. You need to get your laners ahead because they will be struggling a little bit in lane, and if you're able to gank the right lanes at the right time, you should get a bit of a early game lead. Because if this again happens to Rebenga, where the enemy jungler comes in and steals a lot of camps, or ends up going after kills and gets his team ahead, and the snowball from We Are Back might just be too strong for Senegang to do anything about it. So keep a very close eye on the jungle as the game will develop, because I do feel that's where a lot of advantages can get created for We Are Back, and there needs to be a lot more proactivity coming in from the side of Rebenga, which with his wipe pick I think should be possible, but we'll have to wait and see how that sort of pans out. Because now I think with J4, of course, being just as strong in the early game, I think he will also be in a great spot to sort of make those plays happen. The Galio I do see for Exosen could be the game changer. I think that's a great pick. I think that's the one where, in case, the J4 goes in onto someone and the Galio is there, the right time Galio ult could potentially negate a lot of the engage that comes out from We Are Back right here, which does make things a bit difficult for them. So, I mean, keeping an eye on Exosen, I think Exosen will be very pivotal in these team fights as long as he gets the right engages, as long as he himself doesn't get focused on, which is what I would do if I was playing We Are Back. I'd be like, you know what, just focus the Galio. Make sure he doesn't have an opportunity to help anyone else. Just go and kill him instead. I think that's one of the things that can also work out for him. So we'll have to wait and see how that develops as we are heading into draft very soon. But let us know in chat, guys, who are you supporting for? Are you a Slingang fan like us, or are you a fan of We Are Back because they have been undefeated? Let us know, because I think so far, being undefeated would be a good legacy to end the note on as well, right, Madness? Just remember, like, just ending a tournament being, hey, we didn't lose a single map in the entire tournament.
Yeah, we went against all the regions. We didn't fall down. The only Singapore Malaysian team came out on top. That would be a very good legacy to honestly leave behind. But yeah, as you're saying, the jungler of Sinigang has not been proactive, has been more of the reactive side. Does hover, does shadow quite a bit for his team. So yes, he has to be a bit more on that side now. He does have a buy. He can go in for much more in early on potential set like with the Wukong. And last time he was so behind in camps in CS compared to the Hecarim as well. But he did take advantage of going for dives maybe in the bot side or something else. So, but maybe this time he has to be more protective of his camps or something like kind of plays he can go for, because he won't be getting the kind of priority that he does want in both lanes. So he has to work a way around that. And guys, remember, this is a best of 3. This is not do or die just about yet, but this will be a very huge step in the momentum for whichever team does come out on top. So as Bishi said, whichever team you are rooting for, please put it. Now we're a bit of a city gang right now, so that's how we are rolling. We've seen a lot of their gameplays. We've seen them rise from the lower bracket round 1 all the way to the grand finals. So we have seen a lot coming out of them. And Kaigo, I don't think, has lost a lane so far once he's been top, and now he might struggle a bit depending on how the jungler of We Are Back will be performing against him.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very exciting. I think we are in for a great matchup. I do think there is a bit of a delay in starting the game as well. So we will get back to you guys very shortly, because I think on the other side the game is going to be there. I think there's just a bit of a remake potentially happening. Can we take a quick break if that's possible, or we continue? Okay, so we just have to keep continuing because that's what life is. And talking a little bit more about picks as well, right? So in the current LCK and LEC as well, Galio is a very strong priority, gets banned out a lot. And Victor as well, but Victor only gets played by a few champions. Like in LEC, only Faker plays Victor. Apparently, he's the only one who makes it work. So seeing the Victor getting banned out so much does make me think, is he really that OP or not? But it looks like he does, he is good in the right hands. But Galio is just a very strong champ by default because of his ultimate and how not that hard he is to play. He does offer a lot of agency, right, in the mid lane. I think that's a great pickup for Exion in this game, because it does get banned out against him quite a bit.
It does get banned. It's another pick that's very popular right now in most leagues in LEC, LCK, LTAA, is the Kalista pick that is coming up quite a bit in that format. So that gets banned out over here. I think they were playing the Ezreal in the hands of Mirmo because Exo was not getting his Galio that does provide a bit of a protective shield in case you play something like the Ashe, and now they had that open, so they've gone for that avenue instead for themselves. And yeah, Victor is, yeah, as you said, not being played that much, but because of some players. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, we're heading right into the grand finals of the Battle of the SEA. It's between We Are Back, the Singapore Malaysian team, versus Sinigang, which will be the team from the Philippines. And it's yet to discover which team will come around, because we've jumped right into the action essentially over here. Everyone's hit level 4 right, and now you can see the top side pushes are being put in by the right team. He's putting on the pressure, but the bot side, a dive is coming in over here. A nice flag and drag under Mirwan. This is where the Ashe does rely a bit too much on mobility compared to what Ezreal was, and he couldn't get out of the situation. Rox does pick up a trade kill, but will also end up giving up his life no matter how much he tries to move. But in the meantime, in the mid lane, the Hue gets picked up by the side of Sinigang. So now a lot of action coming out. 2 kills over here, and whichever team gets the next kill is going to get the feat of war.
Wow, what an amount of action as we just head into the game. We just seen kills after kills. Let's break it down a bit. In the bot lane, we see a great gank happening with the J4 as well. Ashe is being a sitting duck, right? And Mirmu does end up dying, giving first blood with the Jarvan, but not before they get one back. The Bard's the one who gets it back, but smartly again from J4 as well, slows down the Bard, make sure Misfortune gets one kill for back for herself. The bot lane now is definitively in favor of We Are Back, but in the mid lane as well, the Vi with the great gank of the way does make even things out a little bit, but gets a kill for himself. In the top lane, though, Renata is doing quite well. Goling actually has a great advantage in that lane, is able to push it out. But now, Philia and Roller King have to be played a little safer right here, because they need to just make sure the wave ends up getting back. So good start, I would say, for We Are Back, but great capitalization back in return. It's not as if, Sinigang is just waiting and seeing things happen. I think they themselves have responded really well to the early game aggression coming out from near back. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, and as you said, a bit of proactive is coming from the Vi. Goes for the kill in the mid lane, gets it up on the Hue. Galio gets back, gets a Dark Seal for himself. Hue has just the Mana Crystal and the Abdome in his pocket. In the top side, the Raritan does pick up a Cull as well, so he will be trying to farm that up. Exo will get poked quite a bit by the Hue. He has to try and run away, just get pulled right in just as he was trying to be away from that. And look at this. This is what we were talking about. The J4 invading into the Vi over here. Not much being answered back, but in the meantime, the Bard has walked up from the bot side. Rel is a bit far behind. A nice flag and drag onto the Bard. The Galio has gone quite low, does get out with the help of the Bard. He has just one sliver HP. That also goes down. It's WAB getting the feats of warfare. They get a double kill in the hands of the mid laner. The Hue picking up that double kill. Rankton's here to the party, but maybe a bit too late. They're trying to go on to the J4, but he has to flash out, gets away to safety. It's a 3 versus 2. He flags and drags, gets back in. Now the Rankton's caught between a rock and a hard place. Flash forward, picks up the kill onto the Rel, and it looks like Rankton was the unwanted party to this guest to this party.
Man, these are so aggressive teams right here. But again, micro-wise, micro-wise at least, we are back are coming in front of those kills. The J4 just no scare, no fear at all. Just goes and starts getting the Raptor cap of the Wukong, of the Vi, which ends up making sure that he gets it. But on the other side, you do see the grubs being taken away from the side of Sinigang. They have the potential right there, so that's going to be a great sort of pickup from them. Not sure if they'll get all 3. They might just get 2 and then back away. There you have it. So 2 grubs, not bad. They'll take this and be happy for them. And what a early game, man, coming out from both the teams. Like a lot of fights and aggression, and I would say sort of even Stevens. Yes, there's a 1 kill advantage on the other side, but still, like, Sinigang are matching them quite well in the early games.
Yeah, they're matching quite well. They do pick up all 3 grubs pick up 1 grub this side of WAB, while Sinigang pick up 2 of the 3 grubs with the first rotation. The Drake is up. It's up to what they want to do over the bot side. Misfortune will be picking up this wave, will be ahead in CS numbers. Right on the top side is trying to get up late before the Ambessa walks in. Ambessa will be reaching just about in time. Is 1 level down to Renekton currently right now. Has to try to get his CS numbers up. We are fairly behind the Renekton, right around 14 CS lead for the big crocodile in the top side. In the middle, in the way, got 2 kills over there, but ends up going down because of the previous fight. Now, in the meantime, the Vi is coming in. Nice double stun by the Bard. Vi comes in with the ultimate. The Galio is coming in from the heavens. They land completely on to the Jarvan. Jarvan can't go anywhere from that part. There's a nice shutdown picked up by the jungler from Sinigang. And this is where we talk about Sinigang getting a bit proactive.
Yeah, I mean, the Vi Galio composition does do quite well for themselves right there. But that's also like very well capitalized. The flash does end up getting used by Nico Desu, so he does survive right there. But again, kudos to Sinigang, man. They are hitting the aggression in the early game. The Red also playing really well. It was his rotation first with the flash that he got the kill for himself. So not only is he 17, 18 CS ahead, he's also a kill ahead, and he's proxying the wave just so that he can get another advantage. So just really well played. But the way is the problem right now. That's a lot of damage. The Akshaj does land on him.
From down, and here comes the Galio comes in. He has the taunt. Hue doesn't have the flash. There's no way. Depends who gets the kill. It's going to be Ranga. The Vi picks up the 3rd kill for himself. Nice Ash arrow coming in from Mirmo from the downtown. This is where the supportness of the Ash comes into play.
Absolutely. Sinigang are coming here for a fight. They are taking this team toe to toe. In fact, now they are leading with a great Ash arrow, and Chandra Krishna falling right in the middle, and Nico Desu just finding himself in a bit of a bad spot right here. But man, we have a close game on our hands. This definitely means that both of these teams are very well matched. This might not be a David versus Goliath, but rather a Goliath versus Goliath, because both of these teams, they are looking quite good and quite strong, and a lot of kills in the early game. Loving the aggression coming out from both the teams, not afraid to fight, and that conviction to go after the way in the mid lane from the Y, just following up the ult was great. Bard as well. Rox is playing extremely well this game. The rotations from him are always coming in first, and that is really helping them be a part of the right team fights as well. The only sort of saving grace I would say right now for we are back is the fact that the AD carry is quite far ahead, but then on the other side the Renekton is quite far ahead as well. So, and the Vi is quite far ahead too. So this is going to be an interesting sort of a game that's coming out right here.
Oh, but the
Filia
dragon
does
fight coming
watch them
out. Now they know
I'm not
it's
sure what
coming
is he
in.
trying
The
to do.
rail jumps forward. Exo has to back away. Nice flag and drag, but lands only onto the galley. The Vi is going on the back line, going onto the way. Nice bullet time coming in from the MF. Force is the flash away from the galley, who has to get to safety. A TP coming in from the top side from the director. He's in the fight, but unfortunately, the Vi who had gone on the back line ends up falling down. Now, Ash is walking too forward into that bush. She's walking into no man's land. There's no way you can get away. She does pick up the kill onto the MF before she goes down to the hands of the Jarvan. And the bar is caught between a rock and a hard place. Rocks will end up going down in that fight. It's a 1-for-3 exchange for the side of We Are Back, and now they are seeing like they're driving. See, they're even going to be picking up the Drake for the laurels of that fight.
I mean, that was a bit of a scattered team fight right here. Y decided to go off the way, but by herself, she does not have enough damage, and the Rel was there to make sure she cancelled Y's Q, and the Flash also got wasted right there. And on the other side as well, Mirmo was like, I want to be a part of this game as well, gets a 1-for-1, gets the AD carry in return for a skill, but on the other side as well, the Ambessa just came and gets a kill for herself too, making it a 3-for-1 at the end of the day. So, very well played. Team fighting wise, just the coordination and just how they're playing, I think We Are Back seem quite good, and it is very evident in the last team that they played right. And this way, in spite of having 2 deaths down, has remained very relevant in this game as well.
Oh, well, in the top side, MF unfortunately will be seeing the grey screen yet again just after coming back up over there. Nice work from the members of Scene again to capitalize on that. And that pretty much leads to them picking up the next set of grubs. I don't think you can challenge much from the side of We Are Back. There's not much you can do over there. Ambassador on the bot side of the map does not have a TP to come into the fight. The grubs are going down fairly slowly, fairly fast over here. And unfortunately, MF just got in the wrong place with a bit of mispositioning. She was pretty far ahead, is still pretty far ahead in terms of CS, but unfortunately 2 quick successions of death for her will put her back quite a bit.
No, that's actually a grave mistake, because they give you three free grubs for that mistake right there. So it does end up paying them quite a bit. And this does mean that they have a lot of push potential should they choose to go for that gang for the towers right there as well. But the way does teleport just to get the farm as well, make sure that no CS gets missed out, right? And Misfortune has to be very careful. You can't keep getting caught out, and especially when you have the Y in your team as well. You know, you have to be very careful in terms of that you should have some backup in case you just get wide over with Assault and Battery right here. But I think all things considered, still an even Steven sort of a game. 7 kills to 7, but 5 Void Grubs, 1 Dragon on the side of We Are Back. This is a close game, madness. And I think now, you know, we are going to have a game where I think Senegang will get tested a lot. They have a lot of revenge that they have on their mind, because they did lose to We Are Back in the upper bracket, but that was the best of one, mind you. They have played a lot of games since then, they have learned a lot since then, and now they're looking to make some havoc happen here as well. But on that side as well, I think the way is a pivotal character, just the way that Nico Desu has been playing, I have a feeling he's going to output a lot of damage in this team fight. I think if they don't get to the way, this might be a problematic situation for Senegang.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to get to that man. He's going to be doing a lot of damage from the side. Ambessa has to dash away from the random. Random puts that ward in just in case. But yeah, let's just take a look at the fact of the matter. Goal is pretty much break even from both teams right now. But the Vi in that last team fight. But look at this, a dive setup probably coming in onto the Ambessa right now. Wave game pushing. Ambessa recognizing that she is getting pressured quite a bit. Walks away from it. Has to flash away. Has the dash.
Oh, nice
dodge onto the Bard stun that was coming in. The enchanted arrow from Ash does not land this time, but Senegang do pick up a couple of plays to the name for their troubles over there and get the flash away from the Mesa.
I mean, you'll take that because they don't get anything back in return.
Oh wait,
they want to go after
Ash doesn't have a flash. The bullet time with the Cataclysm from the Jarvan will secure the kill. It's the Jarvan who picks it up. We might have wanted to give it over the Misfortune given her kind of scenario, but yes, a nice pickup coming in from We Are Back is an answer for what was done in the bot lane side to his Ambessa.
I mean, I was just wondering what is the response of that bot lane gank, and you know, Caspiel decide, you know what, then let's make it happen. Great Cataclysm, great Misfortune, gets the kill onto himself, which is great. He's 3-1-5. He has 100% kill participation in the entire game. He is the only one with that amount of kill assists. So he's a crucial part of the gameplay that you see right here from WAB right here. Now they are able to get nearly 70 to 80% of the SNG mid lane tower right here, and slowly but steadily, you know, they are building up a small gold into themselves. But again, you know, objectives and trades are happening on the side of Senegang as well. They are keeping themselves up in the game too. It's just going to be a very exciting game. I do feel, however, you know, this J4 is becoming a menace. He has completed a Sunfire cape. He has a Bramble in his hand. The Ash is going to tickle him at this point, as is the Rhine. Right? He's already quite tanky, and that beefy frontline that he's going to give for his team might be very pivotal, because they need someone who can tackle all this damage. And with J4, with the amount of damage game output and kills he has, it's going to be a little difficult. But again, with the Herald spawning in just a few minutes, I think this is the next big team fight, and all flashes are up on each side. So I think this will be a great sort of team fight, and whoever engages first, Madness wins. Like whoever gets right engaged first.
Yeah,
If Y goes in
absolutely.
first and gets the way or gets the misfortune, it's all but over. But if on the other side, the J4 goes in onto the Ash and gets a great pickup, that's about over as well. So
But
you
you
have to wait and
you
see how
need the
that's.
follow up also, right? In that fight
Yes,
where
yes.
the Vi went up on the Hue, she was just left alone, not just due to her own fault or her team's fault. A nice bullet time from the MF pretty much cut off all the paths that Sinigang could get to the point. So yeah, engage matters, but the follow up will have to come in or whatever does matter. The Rift Herald will be spawning before the Drake does come into effect over here. This will be the second Drake of the game. Let's see how they respond. Hue versus Galio, the bots at the middle laners have gone over there. And the Red and Misfortune are walking quite a bit up. They might try to single him out, but it's a Galio at the end of the day. He's not going to go down easily. A nice Ripper coming in from the Ash. A nice hawk shot that comes in, gets some vision for herself. Will understand how many players are here. They're being very wary about these bushes. Will clear something away with the pink ward coming down. But he's right in this bush is the Rel. He's just waiting to pounce on. And as we said, it's whoever gets to engage first will be champions of this fight. But it
They
looks
will
like
force a
Sinigang
Red
are
and
going to.
teleport. Yeah.
Yeah, they
because
do
Red
force
is
it
not
and they're
there.
going to give it up.
Which is a trade they have chosen to take on purpose. Like they're like, you know what, let them get the dragons, fine. We'll fight for it later. But they opted for the Renekton to get a lot of the top lane tower. I don't know if he'll get the complete tower, but he will get a lot of plates for himself, which will put him a little bit ahead of the Mbessa, personally speaking. But I'm not sure if that was worth giving the second dragon, because you have now just two dragons away. And look at the mid lane, nobody's there. This is a bit of a background mistake from Slingang right here. Nobody was in the mid lane. They just capitalize on it, gets the tower for themselves as well. But Renekton gets the top lane tower too. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in terms of towers. And Herald still being there could be the next big team fight. But for whatever reason, they don't want a team fight. I think they're happy to just let this go for now. And Bar does get a nice channel interrupt onto the rail right here. But they will give it away though. I feel I'm not sure.
They feel like they're giving it, but it looks like they're pressuring it on. They're walking up once the Rift Herald is half HP. A lot of members over here, only the Hue and Galio not. A nice engage onto the Bard, but not the one you really want. You really want the Ashe at the end of the day. And Ashe is keeping her distance quite a bit. Now the Rift has gone below 50% HP. The eye on the back was cracked. So now it looks like whoever gets this smite, nice enchanted arrow comes with the blue team, ends up taking it with the smite from the Jarvan. And now the Ashe without her arrow will not do much. The Renekton is caught, has to flash out from this pit. If he looks up, he will end up doing it then in the day. But it's WAD. We are back to pick up their third jungle objective for themselves. That gives them the feats of strength as well, because they had the feats of warfare at the end of the day. So this was the fight that they really wanted. They really wanted the Rift Herald just because of that fact over there, and they do get it out without any casualties.
Yeah, but such patience on the side of We Are Back. Like, I was very closely watching the team fight. None of them engaged. They neither did We Are Back, neither did SNG. But what SNG did is try to make small picks. They got the Bard back, and then because of that, they had the numbers advantage. They never committed to any great ultimate. They just kept the pressure up, and that amount of pressure made SNG realize, you know what, we're not in the right spot to fight this, and they had to back off. The moment the Y queued out of the pit, it was all but over. So just really smartly played there, just making small advantages turn into big objectives right now is what Gearback is doing, and I think that is coming out really well. Now Nico could be in trouble because Y is there, and there you see he is coming, but this should be fine. The backup is coming on the side of the Misfortune as well, and look at this,
Now
Filia's
looks
also
like
there.
Sinigang are on the run,
Yeah.
and they have to get out of that tricky spot. The MF is close by. They have the turret, and look at the Bard is here as well, as are the rest of the members of We Are Back. Only the Mbessa is missing from this picture, and now it's a 4 versus 3 kind of scenario. But the Ashe is coming off. It's going to make it a 4 versus 4. I don't think much can come out of it except the Jarvan basically taking away the Grump with that smite right now. They can't pressure that much another turn. Nice Bard stun onto the Jarvan, but does not result in anything. Not much follow-up.
The mid lane tower will go away for the top lane tower in this trade right here. I'm not sure if they can.
Oh, but the Rift Herald stun on the top side. She's gonna get a lot of damage. She maybe even get another hit onto the rest tower, but she has to be wary. The Renekton is walking up as well.
So again, smart objective plays from We Are Back, right? Using the Herald pressure to get the tower. Renekton had to respond back top, so he didn't even try to do anything to the bot lane, mid lane tower right here. And that's again just smart macro plays from We Are Back right here. Just slowly but methodically winning out the game in very, very small pieces. And in the bot lane, though, this could be trouble for Way right here.
Oh, TP coming in right now. Hue was looking in trouble, but with that TP play coming in, they have to run away. But no, the flash forward
What
from the Hue
dodges?
does not connect. Nice dodges from the Galio. Has got the taunt as well. But the Ambessa ultimate does follow up. It does land on the Galio. He does prevent anywhere from him running away. He was looking to go towards them, but didn't have a flash no matter what. He does end up going down to the hands of Ambessa. That's another kill for the side of We Are Back, and not much traded for Sinigang in return.
This macro play is a little higher, I would say. Like, Sinigang is not making any grave mistakes, but it's just that the rotations are coming out on top the right ways. The way that these guys are playing, right? The moment We Are Back got the top lane tower, they had a free teleport to just use it in the bot lane. The Nectar didn't have any as well. This Atakan is a bit overzealous, though. I don't know if this is the right call to make, because Yellow ultimate is up in 6 seconds and they need to crush this out in the next 5 seconds.
Well,
Then when they go in.
the come in, the bullet timer is also raining down, not hitting many members of Sinigang. Instead, it's the Rev that ends up going down. The TP is following up as well. The Jarvan has to run away. Nice Bard ultimate does land up onto the Hue. Now Hue is a sitting duck. He's left for the wolves that are Sinigang. And as you said, the Atakan was a bit overzealous. Galio gets a shutdown. They get the Atakan. And this is probably the way back in for Sinigang after that fight.
Yikes, this is a bit of a yikers right here. Like, We Are Back were playing really well, and then they decided they could do the Atakan, which I don't think was the right call. They decided to take a fight right here. The Misfortune ult didn't hit anyone. They just ran away from the Cataclysm right here, and they just instantly died. That entire ult was wasted. The Bard ult also hit Nico this way, which means that he could not do anything to teamfight as well. If he was still alive, they could have done some output, but this is just not enough. Just really well played there. Also from Sinigang to capitalize on that mistake from We Are Back. So We Are Back, while playing really well, and certain parts of macro are making some mistakes as well. The third dragon is up, mind you, and with the false life up right here for the side of Sinigang, they would be happy to start getting their dragon flags up in place as well. And certainly now Sinigang are in the one with a bit of a driver's seat situation, because they at least are able to stall out the game to a point where, you know, they can stabilize the game. And honestly, at this point, We Are Back does not want to take any sort of fight. It doesn't mean that they're winning anymore. It just means that what could have been massively worse for Sinigang gets neutralized, because they're able to sort of get the dragon as well. But they still lose out on the bot lane tower. This could mean Ambessa's death for the tower, but
might be dead for this tower. There's not much way she can go. There are so many members of Sinigang over here. So Ambessa just has to buy as much time, pretty much.
Wow.
Nice moves! The flash, she gets out. She is living on the Bard with a bit of a fumble on the portal. Doesn't make it over as well. Very well played by the top laner of We Are Back, and it results in his team getting the tier 2 in the mid lane and the tier 2 in the top lane with the amount of time he's bought.
What mechanics coming out right here. He used the unstoppable of his ult to dodge the Y ult, then create a gap close and flash out, which I could, in theory, surmise him doing. Oh, never mind, there's another team fight about to happen. Let's see what happens here.
Oh my god, the Bard element does land in. There's a big, huge crocodile over here, but MF's across the river. She does have her bullet time. She is channeling a lot of damage falling on the middle of Sinigang. But remind you, they have false life. They're not going to go down except for the Renekton, and he's out of the fight. And now this just looks like We Are Back are on the back foot, and they just try to run away. The taunt from the Galio will land. The Ash is also coming up as well. The Vi is close by. He can go in. Doesn't make much of a difference. It has the false life to fall back on. But the blasting cone does prevent We Are Back more members from falling down over there. They lose 2 members for nothing, but look at this. Ambessa in the meantime is putting some pressure on the bot tier 2 turret.
Yeah, because like them
every nice stun against the wall from the Bard. Ambessa is trying to get out of it. She doesn't have the flash, mind you, right now. And this is between a rock and a hard place. Yet again, the crocodile is chomping down on her. He's losing quite a bit of HP in the fight. But Ambessa is losing at a much faster rate. No matter how dashes you have, will not save you at this point. But look at this. She gets out yet again. The Bard uses the portal, gets over. The Renekton is a bit wary about going over. And yet again, Ambessa making the great escape. Does not give up her life.
What does this Ambessa do?
Like, the push he was.
Yeah, because he has Bramble as well, right? Completed Thornmail on both the Jarvan and the Ambessa. They don't take a lot of damage from that Renekton anymore. And also just insane like rotations coming out right here. Ambessa buying so much time for them. They got both the mid inner and the top inner turret. Like, this is just some next level macro plays. Like, it is like the Lost Saturnas matchup where they let Boss do his thing, and people are being sent to kill him, and then everyone else get things on the map. This is exactly what Grandpa Step is doing right here. He is creating so much pressure on the map, having so many people come after him, and then on the other side they are making picks happen, and this is just so well played right here from We Are Back right here. Even after the fumble onto the Khan, I do feel just in terms of rotation and macro, they are just playing so darn well. Now they are still not that far ahead, but still with the map being as open as it is, all of this gold is standing gold that Senegang needs to get, right? The mid lane turret is not yet down right here. But that Ambessa, man, it's just so hard to catch her at this point, and she is doing fine in that lane right now. With the completed Thornmail, she will happily
Oh,
take
the
those
enchanted
trades.
arrow from the Ash misses over
Yeah,
there.
it's
It
not gonna
looked like they
miss,
wanted to set
yeah.
up with the Vi. With especially the movements with the MF, it's very hard to land, especially from that distance. Not much you can
What a
do.
close game.
And
What
yes,
a
but
close
look
game
at
we
this.
had, Magnus.
They're trying to go onto the Galio, cut off his path. The flag and drive is not connected onto him. He just closed the space between them. Catalyst only onto the Galio does land. The damage is not coming in just about yet. But look at this. Vi is going yet again in the backline, but with no
Rebecca is
support.
in problem.
She's left to support. And that side, the Ambassador is battling against 1v4, but she does not go down. It looks like Senegang have to run for the hill. Nice flash forward by the Rel, does catch out the Rennick.
Oh, nice dodges on the
it's not
border.
enough to get over them. He does dodge it out, and they're trying
Again,
to walk
so
away.
smartly played. Misfortune did not use the ultimate. They all baited this, right? They want to go after Galio. The moment while left her vicinity, they just all went on the Vi. They just forgot how the Galio even existed, and they killed the Vi right as well. So just really smart target selection at this point coming out of the side of We Are Back right here, baiting this team fight really spectacularly. But now they're playing smart. Just because they got a kill in the jungle does not mean that they can get the Baron.
The
Instead,
Galio had
now
just
they're trying to
TP'd
get a
into
kill.
the mid lane. He's
Yeah.
trying to pull them towards his members, and he do get that, but there's a TP from the best on the bot side. She's going to be pushing that wave in. So good macro plays coming out from the side of Weird. But as you said, once they saw the Vi come in, they just went on the Vi. They just left alone the Galio. Completely forgot about it. They pick up that kill, but yes, the Galio has gone to match them best on the bot side. Right, is pushing on the top side instead. So the macro is being answered a bit by Senegang as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing quite well. Make no mistake, this is a very close game. It's not that one team is absolutely better. It's a darn close game, and We Are Back have also made some mistakes right here as well. On the other side, the Renate is doing quite well, all things considered. Even the Galio is actually doing quite well too. It's just a matter of who makes the first pick and who gets the right picks at this point. But it just feels like the game is sort of being dictated by We Are Back. Their rotations, their proactivity is what is turning this game around, and it's more reactive plays coming from Senegal because they're trying to make things happen. The moment they do something, there's something else being traded for immediately by We Are Back right here. Now the third drag is up for grabs. Wei does have a teleport, mind you, and I think he needs to do it right away because Galio is right in the face right here. They decide to back off, but here comes Rel as well. Rel should get a good start as well.
Here comes Galio. He gets a he gets a two-man taunt. Ambassador's going on the backlane straight away, doing a lot of damage to the Ash. Ash has to run away. Galio comes in further in the backlines himself. The fights are breaking out quite a bit. Down goes the Vi to the hands of the MF. Now, one by one, Senegang is following. A nice bullet time does follow up. The Galio and the Renekton follow the Vi into the grey screen. And now it's just Rocks and Mirmo, the bot lane of Senegang, just running for the hills over here. Nice turnaround from the side of We Are Back from the engagement.
Yeah.
Senegang, the time Senegang is trying to be proactive is not in the right place at the right time, especially how far the Mbessa can go on the backlines.
It's just like every time the Vi goes on to the Misfortune, he cannot get a kill onto her. Misfortune just use a flash at the right moment to dodge the Galio ult as well. And by the time the Galio ult comes, like Vi is already dead. This has happened for the third time in this team fight right here, where Vi goes in, it's just not followed up enough, and they don't get a kill. Misfortune doesn't die. Wei is sitting empty, doing an insane amount of damage. Bar's utility not really focusing much, and Ash's damage is just not there, Madness. This is exactly why there's a big difference in this pickup right here. Mirmo, while playing well on that Ash, he just does not have the damage output that is required to do things. He's 60 CS behind also in the game, which is also another thing we have to point out. It's a big CS disparity. It's 3 completed items for 2.5 on the side of the AD carries right here. In fact, 3.5 completed items to 2.5. So 1 complete item advantage coming on the side of this Fortune right here. And yes, they will get the scraps of the objective bounty. But make no mistake, We Are Back are just playing this very well.
Hold up about this fight. The Bard portal just to pretty much his doom over there. Ambessa is following up. That's Rocks going down, not having best game after a nice initial roams from that Bard. And now it looks like Senegang have to run to save their base. The Galio and Vi are on the right side of the map right now, where Ambessa's pushing up in the top side for the side of We Are Back. Here comes the Jarvan with the flag and drag into the base. They're just walking in like they're claiming it as their own. They do take the tier 3 down. The rat and stunned up in place. He cannot run for much. Nice flag and drag Matched by the flash from the Crocodile to get out of it from getting stunned. But they're away from downtown, claiming the kill on the top laner of Sinigang. And now it looks like the end game is in point for Weirback. They're trying to take everything. Nice Ambessa on does connect. The Galio's falling up, trying to provide some reprise for his teammates, but the turret goes down and there's nowhere else to run. The Vice trying to make the best of it. He does go down. A killing spree for the MF of Weirback, and now this is the end. Nice cataclysm, 2-man, followed up by the bullet time from the MF. Weirback working it to perfection in this last fight, and Sinigang have no answer, and unfortunately will be going down 0-1 in this best of 3 series in the grand finals.
I mean, you looked at how well Sinigang played in the early game. It felt like they were matching them toe-to-toe, but at a certain point, the team fights were key right here. How well did this team play team fights? Every time the Y went in, she was the one who got killed first. There was no follow-up, and when follow-up was given, the misfortunes just flashed out. It was just supremely well played in bit of a both micro and macro sense as well. That allowed this team to get ahead as well. Constantly, there was no wasted movements. Towers were being taken, but Ambessa was being chased after. There was a mid lane top and a top lane in a bush as well. Just absolute masterclass in both a macro and a micro perspective coming out right from Weirback. Yes, a couple of mistakes were made with the Atakan over, like going there were not required. But just on a higher level, it feels like Weirback are just a tad bit above in terms of macro. It's not as if Sinigang played bad right here. Like they played really, really well too. Like I think just in terms of picks right here, we need to put your main carry on something that can do more damage. Like we have seen how well Bimo plays on the Ezreal. I did question that in draft as well. I did feel, yes, you can put him on utility, but he's your main carry. Put him on something that can do damage, get utility from other lanes as well. I don't think the Bard pickup worked out as well as I thought it would. I mean, we could see some plays being made, but it was no Khelraay right here. It was not some insane Bard ultimates or portals being taken right here. So I feel they experimented something with the bot lane. Had they not, this might have been even closer game. But make no mistake, I think Weirback definitely are a notch above in terms of how well they play macro. And I think this is going to be a very difficult game for Sinigang to come back on, because it's going to take something very special. It's going to take like an S tier performance of each of their members to really challenge them. And drafting at this point, I think both teams are doing a good job of it. But just the way the map was being played and the way team fights were being initiated, I love how calm, cool, and collected, Weirback were. They were never just really going in for no reason. I think that's really why they got in the victory and a well-deserved game 1 in this best of 3 finals for Weirback.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bullet time for MF only was just going to miss once in the bot side during the Altacan fight, but other times just completely on point from him. The vibe from the side of Sinigang just going a bit too deep, and every time he just went a bit too deep, the entire members of Weirback just jumped on him, eliminated him first, while they looked like they were prioritizing Galio. They're playing a bit of mind games that way, so very well played from them that side. And then, as you said, the macro and Ambessa with the great escapes coming up from Khelraay.
Oh, what a highlight!
Well played by absolute highlight. Twice he's got out of tricky situations like that and bought so much time for his team. The team got the tier 2 in the top, tier 2 in the mid, and they just worked the map, as you said, very well from them. And we thought Sinigang's macro was good. We just saw what Weirback's macro looks like.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of shout out to the Mesa player as well, right? I mean, using the ultimate right when the Y ultimate was there, using the unstoppable. Obviously, Ambessa has infinite dashes as a champion, just buying so much time, and then just making those plays happen. Even if she died right here, she bought enough time. Like they were trying to kill her for so long, and she was able to survive a 1v4 and then still run away, right? So this is again just supremely well. It's micro, honestly, at the end of the day. How do you time your ult with Y's ult to run away? Then use that as a flash to dash. Like, I mean, it's easier said than done, of course. But kudos to the top laner right there from the side of Weirback to like make that Ambessa highlighting happen. And Renekton was playing quite well. Don't get in the early game, Renekton came in mid in that skirmish that happened. He rotated before the Ambessa. He got the flash in, got that 2-for-3 trade, the 2-for-1 trade, which is good for on the side of Sinigang right here. In terms of just individual macros, micros, these teams look good, but how to play as a team was pretty good. Draft, I feel the bot lane is a bit lacking on the side of this thing, and the Y Galley composition is very like tailor made. I feel like a Wukong here or something else they need to switch up draft right here. They need to try something that can work a little bit better. I personally don't think it worked out as well. And honestly, one of the more underrated players of this game was the way, yes, he got caught out a few times in the early game, but the amount of damage he was able to output in these team fights was absurd. I wouldn't be surprised if he did damage chart right here. Uwe would be number one in the damage charts because he was just dishing out an insane amount of damage while the Y and Galio were tunneling over the misfortune. It was the way he was untouched and dishing out a lot of damage. And Jarvan just threw the bramble, the complete this point, and then the Ash was just useless, completely completely not able to do anything, and the Galio himself did not have enough damage to actually kill either the Jarvan or the Renekton at this point. So
Yeah.
things were looking a bit difficult, I would say. But what do you think of game 2 now, Madness? Because now that we've seen how well BIRYANI plays and how well Senegang can also match up to them, do you think there is some hope for Senegang to like come back in game 2 and make this an exciting sort of best of 3 finals for us?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They can go for something like that. I think in the draft they messed up a bit, especially with the Ezreal left open from removal. As you said, one of the carries has to be put on there. Even Exo last time doing so good on it, not having that good a performance on the Galio this time, not going for the targets he really needed to go for. Especially with the Ash getting caught out with the Mesa ult going onto him a couple of times, he can't do much, especially in terms of mobility. So they have to work around that, and they have to, as you say, be proactive. It was, as you said, it looked like BIRYANI are dictating this entire matchup. They have to think about what they can do in terms of moves, especially how many times the Jarvan was even invading in the jungle of the White. This has happened twice to the jungler of Senegang, so they have to work on these kind of flaws of themselves. They had a very good fight against around the Atacama space, but that's pretty much the highlight I can see from this side at least, and they have to work around these kind of objectives for themselves. And the Mesa was doing works. She was such a good side laner, not much can be matched up. And the Hue, he did get caught out, but he bounced back so well, dealt so much damage even though he was behind in the beginning. Does come back over here. Ash had a couple of good enchanted arrows in the beginning, but then completely started whiffing them towards the end, so it's just not working out the way they wanted to for Senegang. So as you said, they have to go back to the board, the drawing board, and maybe change it around on how they want to play this out.
Absolutely. Like, BIRYANI showed why they are the undefeated team in this tournament of the Battle of SEA. They did have a much closer game, I think, with Senegang than they did in game 1 than when they first played them. And Senegang obviously have improved quite a lot of this tournament as well, but I still feel there is a bit of a gap that exists just in terms of micro and how well team fights are being played. I think also this is a team that have played a lot together as well. So I am quite excited to see how game 2 develops as well. I think there's a lot of glimpses of hope that Senegang have shown us, and maybe, you know, they can pull off the right picks. I think, you know, the ADC definitely has potential to carry this game if required. If you put him on the right champ, that can propel him to carry, right? So a right draft right here with some agency could see things change. I think Renekton played that very well. Ambessa played that extremely well. So I think both top players, like, even if the Renekton lost the game, he still looked pretty good. Like he didn't die. He was there when his team required him to be there, and he didn't really inherently make any mistakes. You know, he got the first top tower as well in the game, which was the first top of the tournament, so of the match as well. So overall, I think great, super well played right there from the Renekton 2, and I think they just need to keep those performances up. I do feel Rebenga, and I spoke about this in draft as well, right? Rebenga is one champion that needs to make proactive plays, but while he was making proactive plays in this game, it was unfortunately very badly countered by the fact that none of his team followed up. And that's again where you miss an engaged support, right? You had Bard, like the Y is going in, Galio's being jumped upon, so he can't ult you. What is the Y going to do alone? Like, if you had anything else beyond you, right? Maybe if you had a Leona ult starting the team fight or some sort of follow up, perhaps even a Kaisa just following up with the ADC in the back, more CC lands, right? Then you can still make the Y work. The Y Galio comp by itself did not work out. Even in the first ultimate of the game, you know, the way it just flashed out, and there was enough time between the Y ult knockdown from the Galio landing. There is enough time for you to flash. So it's not necessarily a great sort of pickup right here. And Jarvan as well, you know, just being there all across the map, the proactivity. I was not expecting this to be a very bloodbath of a game, to be honest, Madness. I felt like both teams will take their time and eventually to macro someone will, you know, get an advantage. But it was really like fights from the first few minutes, and it was fun to watch. Honestly, it was a great game to cast. I really enjoyed how well you know, these guys BIRYANI played right here and showing why they are one of the best teams in this tournament. As well as I've heard that they're like rank 1 amongst the top ladders in SGMY, so you can see why they were ranked 1 at that point as well, right? So exciting sort of matchup. I think we might have one more game on our hands before we close it, but let's see if Senegang can great an upset happening, because while we are praising so much about how well we are back played, they did show some mistakes here and there, especially
Oh yeah.
the attack on and a few other
Yep.
skirmishes that did not go well for them. So definitely not as if that they are unstoppable. They definitely can be stopped. You just have to, make sure that your team is also on the right page, right? Otherwise, I think it's still doable for Senegal to beat them. It's not completely out of the
Yeah,
way.
absolutely. And they didn't use the false life that well from the side of Sinigang when they picked it up compared to what they did in the previous game. So yeah, so some talking points between them, what they can do about that. They did give up a lot of jungle objectives as well early on, so they had the pressure of that later to try and match whatever we are back are going for. But yes, we are back showing their prowess on the Rift, going for the kills. Ambessa doing fantastically well. The MF Rel combo doing also fantastically well. The Jarvan, as you said, being proactive as usual, goes in, was invading quite a ton, was taking away a lot of camps from the way of the Vi. But yeah, that's a bit of the chink in the armor of Sinigang is the jungle right now, especially how it is working out, especially in this combo. The Wukong, as you said, would have been fantastic over here with the combos that you could have been going for. But yes, unfortunately, maybe a bit of error, especially with the Ashe on Mirmo. Could not do as much damage as he wanted, especially once the Thorn Mail's on the side of Ambessa. The Thorn Mail's at the hands of the Jarvan, you can't do much over there, especially how far behind you are, around 60
I
CS towards the end. It's just not possible
Really good
for that ADC at that
itemization.
point.
Yeah, really good itemization, right? Like underrated but very important, right? When you have a Wire, an Actin, and an Ashe, specifically an Ashe, this is just the right sort of pickups right here. And the fact that Ambessa built that as well. You could see how when the Renekton and the Bard were trying to kill the Ambessa, she was happy. She was not even dying. And at a certain point, I felt like she was pretty chill. And this is the power of Ambessa. That's why she is one of the strongest top laners in the meta right now. Someone you can blind pick and can also fairly do well, even though Renekton was playing the early game quite well, as of course he is the lane bully that we all know him to be. But Ambessa's just his mobility and even on the Galio pickup that they made with the way, right, just the ultimate right there, the gap close CC is a very pivotal sort of ability. Infinite dashes to sort of make sure that she's always on her target, and the amount of damage that she outputs after she gets her first item is definitely not to be scoffed at this point, right? So just really well played there. We will be starting with game 2 very very shortly, guys. I think we're just setting up certain things. I've been told by the production that we should get into game 2 really really soon. I don't think there's any breaks at this point. It's just a bunch of us talking about the game and how much we enjoy this, I think. But holistically looking at Battle of SEA right now, like, just give it a break. We've spoken a lot about we are back right now, but overall I think all the teams looked really good in the tournament. I think City Gang as well. You also had Adobo, which was quite a good team too. Obviously, it would have been great if some of our Indian teams also had a little stronger rosters. Like, what do you say, Madness? I think maybe we should have drafted some more experienced players into our team. Perhaps we would have also
Yeah,
put up a more
definitely.
competitive fight.
We would have a better fight, yeah. But at the end of the day, it's an influencer tournament, right? You have to have those kind of players in your roster to make it rounded out. It does beg to differ a bit of the selection. But yes, at the end of the day, they had fun. We had fun casting. And yeah, we are seeing what SG and our team was pretty much never had played together, but these teams' rosters have played quite a bunch as a roster, right? You can see even in their picks, they have matching jerseys and everything. So you can see that they have that coordination and chemistry, and that does show in the kind of macro plays they're going for, right? It does blow over. It's a bit above the level we have seen up till now, especially from the side of We Are Back, and that does talk a lot about them. But yeah, Sinigang has made that lower bracket dream run. They've come all the way from round 1 all the way right up to here, and they have entertained us quite a bit with the performance. I really want to see Mirmo on that SGL if it's not banned out for him, because he was exceptional on that champion and he was doing the damage output that he was required from an ADC of that caliber.
Absolutely, and in general, I agree. I think up in other regions, you do definitely see a lot of the streamers are also professional players. In our region, we definitely don't have a lot of professional or sort of streamers. But having said that, we will talk about that a bit later. All I have been told right now is Champ Select for Game 2 is coming very very shortly. I'm excited. Madness Blue side is going to be our team Sinigang, which means first pick Ezreal is on the cards if it is not banned.
Oh yeah.
And let's see what happens as we head into Champ Select for Game 2. It is Sinigang versus We Are Back. We Are Back are leading 1-0 in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like we are back or worried about the Ezreal because they left it open. They had first pick. They didn't even go for. They went for the Ambassador, which turned out to be an excellent pick for them, right? So it doesn't seem like it's in their mind that this Ezreal could do much for them. It's up to see what Sinigang can do to prove them wrong about that, right? So you can see the bans coming in. The Skarner Poppy Jace ban comes in, so as the Callista Aurora. So much from Gain 1 coming in. I think we have the top side a bit mixed up because Sinigang is on the right from what I can see, the names down below, so maybe a bit mixed up over there. But yeah, let's continue on because the bans was the same from We Are Back in the first game right there, the Skarner, the Poppy, the Jace, as the bans coming in from Sinigang, but they've made a change this time. The Jarvan won't be seeing the Rift anymore, so that's very good for them. And it looks like We Are Back, our first picking yet again.
Victor
The
is up,
and it
though.
looks like the Victor is up, and Victor is getting hovered, and it gets picked up. But it's up to see what Sinigang will be pairing up. The Ezreal is still up for grabs. It seems that they want to prioritize getting the Rel first.
Yeah,
for
that makes sense. That makes sense because they want the rel for themselves. Ezreal can still be picked later. Oh my lord, Nocturne. Is that Nico mid?
Nico. Well, his name is Nico Desu. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Nico mid.
This is a very interesting draft because, again, it's an influencer tournament, right? You don't pick Nocturne unless you have insane team coordination on how to ult and have your team follow up as well. It's a great pickup into the Victor because the Victor's a sitting duck. The moment Nico goes in the Nocturne, there's nothing anybody can do at this point as well. I love the Kai'Sa pickup here. Actually, great pickup considering they have a Nocturne here as well. I think it's the right pickup. I still think it's a better pickup compared to the Ashe because it allows more agency for Mirmor to jump in the moment like Rel goes in as well. There's more follow up that she can give Rebenga if he chooses to play something with the carry pick as well. And Caspiel with the Nocturne, like he is such a great player. He had so much agency in game 1 with the Jarvan, which is being all over the map. He's 100% going to power farm right now and just ult a lane right here. And I feel Victor is going to be in a world of trouble if he does not. Now, this does allow some more bans to come in on the side of both the teams. As you can see, the Misfortune ban comes out, which is very, very smart because Misfortune absolutely annihilates Kai'Sa in lane. So it's a great, great ban coming out right there as well. The Renekton on the other side as well played really well. Ambessa, did really well to just ban out those picks that are against them. Galio is also being banned out in essence in case the Nico goes support. They just want to ban out the Galio, and of course the K'Sante as well. They don't want any crazy top lane tanky picks to come out right here. So again, great bans coming out from both the teams. Let's see what gets picked up right here from Sinigang because they have their jungler and top laner still left to be picked, and I have a feeling the jungle will be picked right now because they want to give the counter pick to Kaigu right here. Never mind, that's going to be Irelia top to respond to the Mbessa. It does well, but it's a very skill-based matchup. I am very, oh man, what spice in this lane right here. I'm not going to lie. Like, this is a very mechanical matchup. Kaigu with those, menacing looks of his is like, you know what, I'm going to take the challenge to you, and he picks something that he wants to do really well against. Jinx on the other side, very strong late game Kai. Thresh for protection for the Jinx as well. Makes some sense. Never mind, Alistar is the pick right here. Needs a little more frontline to join Nocturne in these team fights. Makes sense, all things considered. There's not a lot that can go after the Jinx right here. Maybe the Rel, perhaps the Irelia, but that's another very strong composition led out right here. And Alistar does get picked right now. You could pick Braum here. Braum is not banned, but never mind, they've already picked the Rel, never mind. So they can only go after a jungle pick right here, which potentially could be... I don't see a Wukong work well here. I think they need to pick something else. Ivern. Wow, what a different comp. This is...
What is happening?
Nothing
here,
like...
Oh.
There we go.
They were just teasing us a bit. The Wukong
it
does
still
make
makes
sense.
sense. Not ideal, but still...
Yeah.
It's
not.
They
need a pretty tank. Yeah, they don't have any engage, but they need more tankiness in their lineup, especially because the Rel is just left alone. But yeah, this is the comp that gets locked in. It's an Alistar, Jinx, Nico, Nocturne, Ambessa for the side of We Are Back. It's a Victor, Wukong, Irelia, Kai'Sa, Rel for the side of Sinigang, and it looks like it's all set up to be Rebenga on this Wukong. did put in his numbers when he did play this championships up to see what he does. As you said, the Nocturne, once he hits that level 6 after power farming, will be going for the lanes. And the top side, Blair versus Kaigu, the Ambessa versus the Irelia is going to be the matchup you want to look out for. Neko Desu playing his namesake Neko in the mid lane against the Victor. The bot side, you cannot let this Jinx get ahead, because late game she's just going to decimate a lot of the members of Sinigang.
I like Sinigang's comp a little bit more. Purely because the Victor is just super strong late game. The Kai'Sa's a great pick as well. Barring the Irelia, which I feel is more of a ego pick against the Ambessa in the top lane, I do feel Sinigang has a very well-rounded composition. On the other side, you have the Nico as well. More potency in terms of plays being made, because now you have Ambessa who can ult in, you have Nico who can ult in, you also have everyone can ult in basically. Right? It's an ult comp, right, on the side of your back. Every ult can be sort of chained with each other as well. On the other side, of course, there's a lot of safety in the side of Sinigang, with the Victor also keeping distance. But the moment Nocturne jumps in, man, like you gotta pick Orianna here, I feel. But maybe
with the Nocturne, definitely.
Yeah, which is the only question I had right here. But I feel Nico herself does really well. Can disguise as a minion and just jump and flash in. And the moment she flashes and gets the engage off, followed by a Nocturne ult, I think that's pretty much GG if a Jinx ult follows that as well. So depends on how well these teams play. I'm keeping my eyes, like you said. The more interesting matchup here is definitely going to be the top lane, Blair versus Kai'Gu. I think both of these top laners are very, 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 very good. I think they both have their own class. I just think the Irelia here does do well into the Ambessa. It's just a matter of if she's able to use her stacks properly. It's not really a counter pick, I would say, but more of an advantageous pick where outplays are possible. I love the fact that Rox is back on his Rel, not on a Bard. Just from game 1, right, Madness, this does feel like game 2. I think Sinigang's draft is looking a lot better. And dare I say it, might be a closer game here. You never know, unless of course SKplz just decides to do something crazy and just make it a one-sided game. But it does look like going to be a close game in draft at least.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Sinigang's kicked it up a notch, especially in terms of drafting for themselves. Guy was taking it on himself to face down this Ambessa with the pick that he's gone for. It's about, as you said, a bit of a skill-based matchup of how they want to play that out. And if Nocturne does prioritize very well, it's going to be hard for Sinigang. But yes, very well played from them. And Rox, at least back on his engaged supports, will be doing wonders for his team compared to what the Bard did. Last time with the Bard, he did have some good roams early on, but just completely fell off towards the later part of the game. So with this draft coming into Sinigang, it really looks like they want to challenge. We are back towards that game 3 mark and try to win this game out, and it's looking very good from them. They even did some very good target bans with that Misfortune and J4 being banned out from their side this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a very interesting draft from Sinigang. It also looks something like they have played. Initially, I thought like, okay, they're going away from what they are playing with the Ivan pick, but now that they've picked the Wukong, they've picked the Victor, this is a little bit in their wheelhouse in terms of standard drafts that do really well. Does not need a lot of complications to play. Eventually, with the right time, scale up really well. I do feel in terms of scaling, their comp is very, very good with the Wukong and the Victor as well. Yes, you have Jinx on the other side too, but again, I really a late game on the side lane you can't beat, right? So I like the scaling aspect coming out of Sinigang right here. Nocturne, after a while, once Zhonya's get made and things like that happen, he's not going to be that effective. So this is really on. We are back to actually do a lot in the early game to sort of get the victories ahead, but they have shown that they can, right? Like we've always said that teams need to be more proactive. They need to be more rotations need to be getting in the early game, and then you have to build those advantages. And we've seen teams try, but not successful. I feel if there's one team that can do that, it is the team that is undefeated in the tournament. That's going to be We Are Back. So this is where we are, guys. Game 2, the drafts are in front of you. Madness, any predictions? You think Sinigang can make this into 1-1, or do you think We Are Back still might just edge this victory out?
I'm honestly saying that with the comp that Sinigang has gone for, they can definitely try and make this, much more of a standard kind of fight between two teams of this level. They can definitely take us to a game 3. It just depends on what they want to do on the Rift with it, right? 50% is the draft, 50% of how you play it on the Rift at the end of the day. But we are back just showing you why they are the number 1 seed so far, right? They have been undefeated, still haven't dropped a single game, right? And they can even complete the entire dream run if they ended here in game 2. And that's exactly what Sinigang wants to prevent from happening. They really want their revenge from being dropped to the lower bracket, making them make that meticulous run all the way up right back towards the grand finals. So it's about Sinigang's, order right now, about a bit of how they want to show off, and it's a bit of bragging rights across the region, right, guys? Because this is between different regions, right? We are back our Singapore Malaysian team, while Sinigang is the Filipino team currently right now. So it's a bit of, bragging rights, as we say, and about how they perform. But yeah, if we are back plays it how they played game one, it's going to be really, really hard for Sinigang to try and mount a comeback.
All eyes on Mirmo, I would say at this point. That Kaisa pickup
yeah.
is pivotal. If they were to win, it is going to be Mirmo putting on a fantastic performance, which we have seen him do. He has the potential, he has the capability, he has the carry potential to make it happen. He is on a pick that can enable that as well. So I like that. I mean, as it would have been fine to it, I do understand why Kaisa here was picked. The shielding and the repositioning here can potentially help that out as well. But if she gets jumped on, then she's basically setting up right here. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Kaisa to see what happens right there. But I like the drafts. I think we are back have gone for a more interesting draft. I think more fun to watch, to be very honest, with the Nocturne Nico as well. But on the other side, you also have the Irelia, which is like a very ego pick, I would say, on the side of top lane. I think it will do really well in the early game. Ambessa has to be very careful, but once Ambessa builds a Bramble, gets a couple of items, I think she should be fine too. It just depends. Like, I have not seen a lot of this matchup to know how well the Irelia beats out, but I have a feeling after a couple of items, I think the Irelia does end up beating up the Ambessa. So we'll have to wait and see what happens right here. But we are in game 2 of this Battle of SEA, guys. This is going to be We Are Back, who is 1-0 in the game. They are playing again on blue side. And on the other side, we have Sinigang, who have made that miraculous run, like Madness said, towards the lower bracket, and now in the finals yet again. We are rooting for the underdogs like we always seem to do, but honestly, this is looking like it's going to be a very, very close game. And let's have a quick look at both the teams before we head into game. Madness, take it over the roster that we have in front of us.
Yeah, and you're gonna see, right? They look a bit different compared to how you would imagine players. Kai with the menacing look, like you say, right? Runga with the questionable look. Exo always cheer for Mirmo, the man we were going to be definitely watching out for, especially alongside Rocks on his rel. But yes, jumping straight into game 2 here of the best of 3 series of the grand finals.
I love it.
We are back 1-up on the terms of Sinigang. Sinigang want to get proactive definitely over here. All of them hiding in that fog of war in that bush in the bot side. Oh, they're walking up. The Jinx is a bit far, has to run away, gets away to safety quite a bit nicely. But now they have an idea of where the rel is. That's the only one I think she spotted at that point.
Yeah, but oh man, this would have been fun. I love the cheese gang. So honestly, if they get a kill right here, why not? And one of the more easier ways to beat a team that is very ahead of you in terms of macro is just cheese the hell out of them. And I think that's what they were trying to do with the cheese right there. Didn't really work out. Really well positioned there from Roller King right here. Honestly, like, shout out to him for just being in position, just running the moment he saw that happen. I think that was just well played. On the other side, though, Nocturne ends up wasting his Q. I don't know why. He will not have Q for his. This will make it a little slower. Doesn't mind. Not a lot of difference. Jinx is no, never mind. This Nico confuses me so much. I kept thinking I was Jinx playing mid for some reason.
Yeah, he's gonna play with our minds quite a bit with that. Yeah, Nocturne waiting a bit over. Then the bot side trades going down. Jinx coming a bit worse for wear over there, losing a couple of HP bars. And Kaiser's putting on the moon. The top side, this is the matchup we want to watch out for, the Mbessa versus But in the bot side, it's going in over here. The Kaiser gets thrown quite away. Rel's going down quite a bit. Ignite taking away on the Jinx. Jinx has gone down. The stacks of Kaiser are going on as well. So it's going to be the HP bars of Rocks getting traded for the side of the Jinx. He wants to hit that level 2 before he goes down, and they do end up hitting him. But the side of We Are Back spot lane are very careful about it. They are experienced about it, and they are hugging their turret. You knowing that if they walk up a bit too much, the Rel's gonna flash jump on them and secure the first blood for themselves.
Man, very close to fight right here, but you can see already the moment you have Kaisa, there's a fight in the mid lane. Nice.
Flashing burned already by the Victor, but the flash forward by the Nocturne with the Fear does get the kill, but will he get his life traded? No, he cannot. Did not get anything with the last turret shot. And that's first blood already going to the side of We Are Back with some nice plays coming in from the jungle. And that's a Nocturne that's going to be completely proactive. He's already going in before level 6.
You don't expect a level 3 Nocturne gang, but
Oh yeah.
SKplz is just another beast altogether. Found the opportunity right then, gets the flash, then realizes he has the opportunity to kill him. Like, really, just that amount of knowledge to know that he has the damage output required to kill him and survive under tower is just absolutely great. And level 3 gets hit first by the Alistair, and this could be a bit of troubling situation for the Rel.
Oh no. Where is the Rel going to go? He does have his flash if he needs to burn it, and he will end up burning. He does have Hextech flash for later on, but that's a good trade going in the favor of the bot lane of Weirbank, especially after a bit of the disastrous level 2 that was being fought against them. Now they have complete
and
pressure over
SK
there, but look at this Grandpa Seb coming on the Victor, who doesn't have a flash, does not have a clue what he's in store for. He's still trying to trade off. The flash forward by the Ambassador is going to pretty much secure this. Grandpa Seb with that rope gets another kill for himself. And the bot side, look at this aggro, and he's coming on to the Kaiser, who's been left alone. Alistar tanks so much of the Tertiary, but tanks a bit too much at the end of it. The Jinx does pick up the kill, but the Kaiser answers it back on the Alistar, but this allows the side of Weirback to pick up the feats of warfare, the first 2 kills of the game.
Dude, even if it was 1 for 1, that was so much in favor of the Jinx, because all of the CS gets missed out. Oh, never mind, there would be a kill back. There is flash on the Jinx side here, but
The Jinx, where are you going to go? Uses the chompers to walk away, but he has to run pretty far. He's running into a minion wave as well. That will be doing damage. The Kaiser W does not hit. Might have gotten the kill for him. It's a solo bolo for the side of the Rel onto the Jinx. He was overstaying over his place. He did try to do as much as he could for it. But yes, at the end of the day, as the Jinx going down, it's a second kill for the side of Sinigang, and they're going to work it on the top side. I realize ahead in terms of CS numbers, but a bit down in terms of XP. That's after Grandpa Set went for that roam in the mid side, mind you.
yeah, there's a lot of CS that she will catch, so she will be fine equal on EXP right here. So again, Sinigang not doing that bad after those initial deaths. Like, they're still keeping this game even Stevens at this point. They still will get a lot of these CSs from themselves as well. So the only problem is Exosen is really far behind right now. Like, just 2 deaths down, no flash. Like, the moment Nocturne gets flash, he's a sitting duck yet again. Like, that's the thing, right? The moment you blow flash, you are under Nocturne's eyes, and this at that point you have to play so careful, because the moment he hits 6 and he's looking to hit 6 very soon, it's going to be very difficult for him to make anything happen. Just a couple more minutes for him to get 6 right here, and then you also have Rel rotating, you have the Alistair rotating, you have the Wukong as well. A lot of
Everybody's here. It's a
party.
party in the mid lane. Rel has to jump over the wall over there, and he is just coming to naught over there. Except, SKplz yet again in the jungle of the Wukong, and now this time Wukong does not want to give this up for free. They want to fight this out with the Alistar. Nico close by. Nico does ultimate, does catch the Wukong, who's still level 5. A lot is going on. The TP being channeled in by Sinigang's top laner Irelia, but that's not before Rox ends up going down. It might be Felia that gets caught out. The stun does land onto the big cow, and he might end up going down at the end of the day over here. But look at the Wukong takes so much damage. The Ignite also takes away him, and that does force him to be very aware of what goes on. But the Nocturne is still here. He's hiding in the jungle, and he's going to pounce away. But the flash from the real life does land onto Nico, but the ultimate from Bessa catches him out, and now he's being surrounded. A bit of misstep, maybe not anticipating Nocturne still being around in this part of the jungle. He ends up going down to the hands of Nocturne, and now it looks like we are back, are definitely a bit in the driver's seat over here.
This was a close game until it wasn't. Like, they are just so good as a team, right? It's not like huge mistakes. It's just that knowing the champion abilities, knowing how to get the right trades going, and just making that advantageous situation. Now Roller King
but
would
wait,
be
hold
he
up
does
a
have flash
second.
though.
Roller King, he does have flash. He might have to end up burning it, but I think he can just walk
Doesn't
away.
even burn his
Essentially,
barrier.
especially. He doesn't burn barrier, he doesn't burn any summoners. It's also because Kaiser didn't get the full procs that she wanted. Wukong walks up to the Drake, has started that for himself, especially with the kind of priority that's going to be given, especially now that Jinx has to go for a recall and reset for herself.
That's a 3-0 Nocturne though. Like, he is waiting with level 6, mind you. Flash on Victor will be up in just under a minute at this point, but level 6 has reached on the Kai'Sa, so she's actually leveled up quite fast in this game too, on par with her laners as well. And the first dragon of the game will end up going over to Sinigang, which is great for them. The Wukong will also hopefully get to level 6 in just 1 or 2 more camps. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nocturne is also looking to do the grubs for himself, so it's a grub for dragon trade at this point. I don't think there's any sort of competition that he should get for free. So the game is stalled out a little bit there, but the 3-0 Nocturne is going to be a very problematic situation right here for Sinigang, because he is going to complete, his TMI is already completed, his clear in the jungle is going to be massive from this point onwards, and now with his ultimate at level 6 up, he is ready to make another gang happen. Luckily for Victor, his flash is up, so he should be fine in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. Grandpa going for the proxy himself this time as the Ambessa. He will be taking quite a bit of it for him. Nocturne's yet again in the jungle of Sinigang. I think he loves this more than his own jungle.
He
He's
wants
staying
to ult
away
on
more
the
of-
Victor, but
He
decided
does want to, but
not.
Victor does have flash, though he can get out of tricky situation. if
So
it
does
come
Nocturne
up
now.
to
He can
that.
follow his flash with his own flash.
Oh, but look at
Jinx
this in
would
the
be double
bot
later.
side. It's a 3v2 essentially. Rollicking Magic does not have flash. If he does get stunned up, it can be a big threat. But Alistair
And
providing
keeps
a
alive
nice
so
meat
well.
shield for himself keeps them all alive, and it's just not going to
Look at
result
Ambessa
in anything
counter just taking minions on the
Look at-
Nexus side. This is mad. Sort of. This is reminding me of the boss sort of gameplay. Grandpa step right here, just making sure he is right there. On the other side, the Jinx is doing a good job just keeping enough distance that she never dies to any of these engages while keeping her flash as well up. And now Grandpa Step will get one more wave. And this also makes the Irelia want to also start counter farming as well on the other side as well. And then she starts taking the lead on her side. So both of these top
Proxy
laners are
on
just
proxy.
living in each other. Yeah, proxying on each other's side. Ambessa, however, does end up seeing the Wukong, who is level 6, mind you. He's level 8. Oh, she level 8 herself. Nocturne does have his ultimate if required. He is looking after the Ambessa and he goes after the Ambessa.
Oh,
So he goes after the Victor.
on. He goes out on the Victor, but
Flash
Victor
gone.
can walk away. Flash is
gone.
now gone. That's a very important summoner out of the arsenal of the Victor. So nice play
Yeah,
from
job
Grandpa
done.
Step After,
Flash
after the-
right, you
yeah,
take
job
it.
done. Absolutely.
Irelia is doing really well, all things considered, even after being a kill behind. And look at the Bramble already coming in, right? So, like, I'm better realizing how well she needs to play against the Irelia. And Irelia also now in a spot where she's waiting for her blade to get done before she takes a fight. But she's not quite there yet. But whenever she has a passive up, Ambessa can't really trade. So Ambessa, giving that respect to the Irelia, moment her passive procs up, she's like, you know what, just take the wave. I'm gonna just farm it out as well. And she's going to be a little bit more useful in these team fights with her ultimate, I would say. So I think this is great. Jinx is a happy farmer. She is 1 kill and 20 CS ahead. And just looking to level up, she will do a lot of damage in team fights. So there's no need for Roller King to do anything more than just farm up in this game. So, like at this point, We Are Back is just happy to farm, happy to chill. The Nocturne ult of the game has yet not been used. Irelia Flash is not up. The Victor Flash is down. I'm still waiting for Caspian to use his ultimate, but at this point, he just wants to farm. I think he's waiting for his first item to be done before he does anything. On the other side as well, the amount of priority that Jinx and Alistair have, this is crazy at this point.
Oh, but yeah, they're
And-
jumping up on over here. Ribbing is very close, but the choppers do come in as well. But here comes a Nocturne ultimate,
wanna gank in the
provides some
mid lane?
situation for them. But the man in the middle lane, they get the kill on the flashless Victor over there. So nice answer back from the side of We Are Back. Every time, hold up, the flash forward by the Rel does get the stun, does get the hits onto the Alistair. They get the kill over there. They're looking even further onto the Jinx, but she shuts her ultimate away. That might be the guys that are falling down. The Jinx is going further more. She does get the final hit, gets the kill for herself. That's a 1-for-1 trade. A bit of an overextend for Sinigang over there after the initial kill onto the Alistair. But wait, Rel's going up again, does burn the flash, does get the kill onto
Topside also fights
the
happening?
Jinx. The topside fight is breaking out. You are not wrong. Now Rel Flash has to be burned to get away from this fight. Grandpa Step is not letting go over. He flashes forward himself. The stun from the Rel does land. He's trying to neutralize as much as he can. But nice Q from the Nocturne from over the wall. Gets the snipe onto the top laner of Sinigang.
This Nocturne, man, this Nocturne is just like a beast right here. And super well played. There's no Jinx as well. He gets the kill back, but not before Rel does get the kill back in return as well. And now they have to be a bit in trouble because the next Herald has been popped up. Three have been taken over. There is no Nocturne ult, there is no Nico ult or Jinx ult at this point in time. Nobody has any ults, so I'm not sure they're looking to fight this. Yes, they are in fact. Let's see what happens. This is going to be an interesting fight. The Messa's still not there. Neither is the Nico though. They can't take this
Yeah,
fight.
they're pretty
If
clever. They
Sinigang
cannot
chooses to
obviously.
do this damage, yeah. But let's see. Oh, never
They
mind.
are
They are
going
looking to-
into it. The Nocturne has gone forward onto the Rel. Rel has been chunked low, but here comes the Wukong with the blasting clone. The Jinx does so much damage. She's going to get excited off this kill, and now she can continue on her reign of terror. The stun from the Rel does deter. The Nocturne ult gets popped. He will be getting another kill, but it's going into the hands of the Jinx with the super mega death rocket onto the Monkey King. And what looked like a fight that We're Back didn't want to take, they took it patiently like they did in game 1 and come up on Kings as they're going to get the second set of grubs. Going to get a total of 6 grubs yet again in their pocket. 2 epic out of the 3 epic monsters for themselves. They just need one
like the
more to
sad part
secure
is
the kill.
I can't really find Like, I can't believe, like, how proactive they are in this entire game, because it's just their plays, the level 3 gank and the bot lane just mechanically just playing so darn well that this is becoming a very difficult game for Singh
Oh, a
and
dive
about it
coming
now.
up
Really
over
could be in
here.
trouble.
They knock him away. Aurelia trying to buy as much time. Gets the stun onto the Jinx, but the W from the Jinx does land. She's pretty much at the end of her rope. She can maybe go if the fear is there as well. The Jinx is on her killing spree. That's not what you want to see from the side of Senegang if you are facing against the Jinx. And now they're putting on the pressure against Grandpa Seb in the bot side. We
And
know
the
him
third
to
was
be a
very
tricky
bad.
kind of player. He can get away anyway. And the Drake does end up getting picked up for the pressure from the top side, from the side of Wukong. They have 2 Drakes in their pocket, but it's a lot. And now a dive being set up onto the Ambassador where the Hextech flash forward. Ambassador uses her ultimate, but I think he's to no avail. There's just so much damage from the side of Senegang. The Victor picks up a nice shutdown for himself. He gets the gold in his pocket. But in the meantime, on the top side, a turret has been picked up from the side of Senegang. So they are the ones who get the feat of strength. For We Are Back, they get on the top side with the combo of the Jinx and the Nocturne. While Senegang, we're going to match it with the bottom tier 1 for themselves.
And this macro is so good, right? They get the top tower, they get the top inner tower, they get the mid as well. They get 3 towers when 1
They
kill
might even get
for
a
giving 1
kill
kill
over
away.
here. And with the excited
This
Jinx
is-
after the turret goes down, another kill going into the pockets of We Are Back, this time in the hands of the Nocturne. And it looks like We Are Back have blown this game way out of proportions right now.
Absolutely, and this is just a clinical masterclass coming out right here from We Are Back, right? You can see how well the team, once they get an advantage, they're able to push it so well. Like, they've amassed a 6,000 goal lead for themselves already, backed by how well this Nocturne has played. Honestly speaking, here comes his ult again. He just wants to 1v1
coming
the
yet
Victor,
again.
which he does, and
Against the
uses the
Victor.
stun. Beautifully played, man. He's
Nice
just
spell shield
clean,
against the
clean.
Gravity Well.
Yeah,
Very
clean,
clean
just
play
super
coming.
clean, man. Like,
Absolutely
nothing
clean.
insane, but just
And he-
clean. Oh, Lord,
Yeah, it's not
okay.
complicated macro. He's just, as you said, clean. Just you lose nothing. You're
he
getting
might die, though.
everything, and it's just he might end up going down. He does have his flash, so
Nice.
I don't think he
He's
can. But
just
nice, he
nice.
walks away from it. He's just taunting them at this point with that recall over there once he saw the realm.
I think I'm
And
realizing
again-
that
Again, Rebecca is being chased out of his own jungle. This is a rinse and repeat from the side of We Are Back. They're putting so much pressure on the jungler, putting so much pressure on the lanes. It's just like looking like Senegal are just not the team that we thought them to be, given the previous performance. And now it's a dive underneath the turret. The Acer does go in, but the clone is enough to get out. But they're gonna pick up the tier 2 turret in the mid lane with this pressure. Nico with the
Nico
flash
ult.
forward, the ultimate does connect, and they're gonna get another kill over here. The Wukong is shortly to follow. The Jinx getting a double kill for herself. At the end of the day, just very well played from the bot lane of We Are Back over there.
Nocturne 1v2ing.
Nocturne is 1v2ing. He looks like he's getting the better of the Trace. He does get the Irelia, and now he has the Mbessa as a support. The Rel has nowhere to go. He does go down, and the goal goes into the pockets
There-
of the Mbessa.
dare I say it, badness, We Are Back is doing to Sinigang what Sinigang did to Biryani at this point.
Oh
It's
my
going to
God.
be a slaughter fest at this point. With 18 to 5 and 16 minutes, man, they have complete and total control of the game. They are just relentless once they get a kill. They just want to keep fighting, and they are using their goal advantage to the fullest by making those plays happen over and over again. And at this point, Sinigang can try what they can. The goal lead is like 10,000 in favor of them in just 16 minutes, and this is looking like a masterclass performance. Game 1 was relatively close, but Game 2, man, oh man, We Are Back
Oh, God.
with this Nocturne composition, looking to make wreak havoc rather.
With
in
the
this
way
game
they're
as they
playing, I
are.
don't even think they ever went away, given their name. We Are Back, right? Nico is
Yeah.
walking here, using the clone to get some vision for herself. Sees that the Irelia was waiting for the Wukong's around here, but now the Wukong might get flanked. But the rest of Senegang are jumping in. The Nocturne ult goes straight onto the Kaiser on the box side. Kaiser goes down, so does the Rel. The Nocturne's gone legendary, and this is just looking like a masterclass coming in from the side of We Are Back. The Rift Herald
Yeah,
even gets popped.
this is-
for it.
this
It's
is-
just so hard for Senegang right now.
Yeah, I think like this is a testament game. Oh, look at the I love the Alistair Bell. That's one of my favorite emotes of all time. Oh, Ambessa goes in.
Oh, but look at this. He's gone very deep, but he's got backup. The Nico all three
three-man
man
knockdown.
knockout. Plus the super mega death rocket comes in. They just want to end the game right here. Look where Nocturne is going. He's going on a journey. He gets caught out over here, but he has members to follow up as well. And it looks like it's going to be the Kaiser going down. Basically, respawn over here. So does the Rel. They're just
got
marched
aced.
into the base. It's 18
Lord.
minutes and they have complete domination right now. Even the death timers are pretty significant for the side of Sinigang. This looks like the end over here, Bishi.
I cannot believe it. This is an absolute slaughter. We are back making a testament in the Battle of SEA right here, showing. But never mind, I don't think it's over yet. They still have to fight them even more. Okay, now they're just having fun. Oh,
Oh, now look at this! Look at this! Nice. This is what you expect from an influencer tournament. This kind of
yeah,
fun.
they're
that's
just
going
having
on.
fun. Like,
Let the
a sort
minions.
of,
This.
a sort of like a jovial end towards the tournament. But we are back showing why they are the best team in Battle of SEA. Here are your winners, the champions of Battle of SEA. Supreme Masterclass, undefeated in the entire tournament as they should. They are an insanely good team and they deserve to come out and top and win the Battle of SEA Madness. What do you think about this team that is won?
Oh, absolute spectacular performance. The game 1 was still a bit contested by the side of Syndicate, but game 2, we are back, especially the knockdown level 3 gank in the mid lane. That's where everything started. And once this Jinx started getting accelerated, nothing that Sinigang can essentially do in the fights. The really pick did not work out the way they wanted to, and you can just see it happening. Right, we are back with a masterclass performance over there. They took everything. They only ended up giving 2 drakes, but that did not matter. They ended the game within around 18.5 minutes. That's just how you can just put your mark of dominance on this kind of a match.
Once they started, they never stopped. The moment they got those skills, and I think it's just in general how well they played. Like, look at the scoreboard right here, Madness. Look at this. Like, look at the goal difference. It was already 14,500. Having a look at the bracket itself, this is a team that has remained undefeated. They first knocked Sinigang out in the first round, and they eventually played them and they defeated them again. Right, this is a team. They say we are back. I think what they have shown is the Singapore Malaysian region's top players are nothing to be scoffed at. They are a tier of their own, and definitely now with the servers being merged, you can see a lot of these high-elo players do really well in the combined ladder. And in general, I think the team just played fantastically. I think Caspiel does deserve to be with the MVP in my book, at least, for how well he played both Jarvan and the Nocturne games. I think he was an absolute menace on that champion, and just the amount of agency, the level 3 gank on the Victor in the mid lane, and then flashing to just get the sphere and get the kill again. It was just like chef's kiss, honestly, I have to say. He just played that so well, and deservingly winners, right, Madness, because they are undefeated. They haven't lost a single game in the entire battle.
Yeah, complete domination, as you said. The Nocturne getting a 3-0 lead even before level 6, just showing you how good their jungler is on the side of the even in my books, definitely going to be one of the MVPs over here. Just not working out for Sinigang, especially in that last game for them, and we are back just showing the domination. Sinigang had a very tough journey getting to this point, at least, because they were knocked back by We Are Back earlier on. They made their miraculous run towards the lower bracket. They ended up coming against We Are Back, and unfortunately they end up going down. So as we are back claiming that grand total of 2,000 USD in the pocket, unfortunately Sinigang, even after such a good performance, going home with second place with that 1,600 USD. So good money earned for both teams, a bit of fun towards the end of that match, so very well played from them. But unfortunately We Are Back just showing you why they're just a bit top notch above the rest of the competition here today.
Absolutely. I mean, they walk away with the prize pool. I think more than that, they walk away with the glory of being representing the region and coming on top as well. So definitely that is another thing up for grabs. $2,000, so $400 each is something that they walk away with, which is, again, not insignificant for a tournament that happened across 2 days. But more than that, I think just the way they played definitely kept a mark there. They were the best team by a mile, and I think they deserve to sort of take the victory as well. I think overall, any closing thoughts from your side, Matters, before I end the stream? Because this has been a great tournament for us to also cast, because we've seen other regions play, not just South Asia.
Yeah, exactly, right. We got to see different play styles from the different regions and how they want to go for it. And yeah, We Are Back definitely put on the masterclass over here, the only Singapore Malaysian team, showing you why they have never left, essentially, given how well they played. And I'm just very, very, very nicely. It was such a good match to cast as well, given the plays that were being made. It was just an honor to watch this kind of display of League of Legends. And yeah, guys, with that being said, guys, we will be ending the stream broadcast today. Make sure to follow us before that, and you look out for tournaments in the future. That's been me, Madness, alongside Bishi, and we hope to see you very soon.
Peace.